My YouTube is the link is in my bio. YouTube link is in my bio. It's Taylor Umbridge. Taylor Umbridge. Taylor Umbridge. Y'all, I ordered me a webcam. I ordered a webcam. I'm super excited. Now I just smeared it because my hands it's oily. Okay. Good morning. All right. So if you are over on TikTok, we are on YouTube. All right. Me and my cousins, we're gonna talk YSL today. We're gonna talk Viverito. We're gonna talk evidence. We're gonna do all the beautiful things. Hey, cousins. Hey, are y'all having withdrawals? Are y'all having YSL withdrawals? All right. So are you having withdrawals? Okay. So I feel like we're gonna have a good time. Today is not gonna be an extra serious day where we let me get my apparently I wasn't sharing to X. So thank you for the likes over on TikTok. If you are on TikTok, we are actually over on YouTube. We are on YouTube. So all you gotta do is come on over here. Come on over here to YouTube because we're getting ready to talk. We're getting ready to hang out. Y'all know how we do it. We don't have court today. So we got time. We got time. We got time to dig into everybody's theories. We got time to talk about some of these interesting clips that have been sent to me. Some of the interesting clips that have been sent to me. And we're just gonna talk about it. We're gonna have a good time. It's gonna be good energy, no negativity, and we're gonna have a blast. All right. So if you are on my TikTok channel right now, if you want to come over here and chill with us on YouTube, all you got to do is go to my profile, click my YouTube link that's in my profile, in my bio. I'm sorry. And then it will take you right over here to my channel. All right. So TikTok, they always get the tripping. So they always get the tripping. And Nate, I'm waiting for somebody to respond back on this situation. So that's why I haven't texted you back. So I text somebody and I'm waiting on them to respond back. So yeah, just make sure you come on over here to YouTube and come hang out with us. All right, I'll see you later. All right, so I'm ending my live on YouTube. And I'm sorry, I'm ending my live on TikTok, and we are live over here on YouTube. All right. Hey cousins, how y'all doing today? Are y'all feeling good? Everybody feeling good? Everybody doing good? Why are we still talking about Thug? We're not talking about Thug. We're talking about Yak and Shannon and Lil Rod. We're not talking about Thug. Paul. We're talking about Yak, Shannon, and Lil Rod. All right. Oh, we got clips. Yes, y'all. Good morning. So y'all, are y'all ready? What do y'all want to dig into first? All right. This is, like I said, this is a very chill environment, no structure at all. We are just going to have our conversation and keep it pushing. I wanted to dig into, I do want to go back and watch. I'm in court. Why are we still talking about court? Because court is still going on. Court ain't over yet, Paul. Court ain't over yet. The fight is not done. Hey, Dee, good morning. All of it. So I want to talk about Viverito's testimony. Because I don't know if y'all be on X, but the legitimate vibe, baby, she made this post yesterday about how Viverito is testifying in a dual capacity, which we know she's testifying as an expert, and then she just got her own little testimony to come behind that, and how she basically what I took from it is, do we really think that the jury is going to be able to differentiate between her expert testimony versus just her regular testimony? And I know there was some blurb out there given by Whitaker, but I do want to go back and watch Viverito's testimony just to look at how she tiptoes the line between the two. So I do want to do that at some point, right? I also want to dig into the Boyer conversation, because y'all remember during her testimony, she had this Boyer situation. This Boyer guy pops up, and now she's trying to put him in a car. And now people are speculating that Boyer was in another car and he was there. And I don't even know who Boyer is. Okay? I don't even know who Boyer is. I'm gonna keep it a buck, keep it a thou out with you. And so somebody sent me a clip of somebody else who's on YouTube. We'll shout them. We will shout them out when we get there. So I do also want to watch that with y'all, so we can kind of talk about that. And then I also want to talk directed verdicts. So I had a situation on yesterday on YouTube, on Twitter, where we were kind of talking about directed verdicts, and the conversation just really went left, and it turned into negativity. And so we're going to take conflict and we're going to turn it into a constructive conversation. And if you were on my TikTok earlier, you heard me talking about this, because I talked about it with y'all because y'all my family. But when we talk about the directed verdict, right? The directed verdict is it's basically a motion that is going to be presented by the defense. They're going to ask the judge, hey, judge, can you tell us basically, can you make a decision basically? How do I put it without sounding freaking crazy? It's basically when you're like telling the judge, like, look, they haven't presented enough evidence to even support this charge. So why don't you just rule on it right now? Like, no reasonable jury is going to find my defendant guilty of this. So, basically, let's squash this while we're ahead. Long story short, right? I personally believe that Yak Gotti's charge for the unaliving of Donovan Thomas meets that criteria. Personal opinion. I know that directed verdicts are something that you always ask for as a defense attorney, but they are very, very unlikely to be granted. Which is okay. But in this scenario where we have seen strange things occur every day in this YSL trial, I think that there is a very, very, very but slim chance that Yak Gotti could get a directed verdict on his Donovan Thomas's unaliving, right? So I do want to talk about that too. I want to dig into what evidence and have a conversation with y'all about what evidence do y'all believe has been put forth to support the state's theory that Yak Gotti had something to do with the unaliving of Donovan Thomas. All right. So there's a few things that I want to talk about with the people. But I just don't know. I don't know. Where y'all want to start it? Let's give the people what they want. Where y'all want to start? How did they tie him to nuts? See, Kiki, that's what I'm saying. Right. And that's the thing. I want to hear everybody's perspective, and I'm okay. And I want to make sure that I'm very clear about this. I am 100% okay with you disagreeing with the fact that I am in favor of, I'm in support of a directed verdict for Yak on his Donovan Thomas's unaliving charge. I'm okay with that. Just tell me why you think that, right? Also, we are going to say, right. Jenny, you're right. Did I misspeak? I may have misspoken, but right. She could just be like, look, it's not enough that, they're saying like, it's not enough evidence to support a guilty verdict. No reasonable jury is going to do that based off of what was been presented. So just say not guilty and let's get it over with. You're right. I can't find Boyer on this indictment. Okay. So where do y'all want to start at, family? Come on, friends. Where y'all want to start? Do we want to start with just going through Viverito's testimony? Do we want to start with and then wait until we get to Boyer, switching conversations, and then going back to Viverito? Or do we want to start with the directed verdict conversation with Yak? Like, where y'all want to start it? So put your thoughts in the chat, and let's go. Again, no forum, no order. We're just going through the motions. Also, if you are tuning in right now, know that we are having an interview this evening, a very intimate interview with Lil Rod's family. So, they are going to be coming on and talking and addressing the rumors. And they're also going to tell us who is Lil Rod, because the state has painted this picture of him. We also believe that he is serving life for a sentence, for a crime that he probably didn't do. And so if you want to learn a little bit more about who Lil Rod is, his family, his upbringing, make sure that you tune in tonight right here on this YouTube channel, 7 Eastern, 6 Central, for an exclusive interview with his family. All right. All right. All right, let me scroll up a little bit so I can catch some of the comments. All right. Let's start with Yak. The burrito. Yeah, we call her Boo Burrito over here. Yeah, that third car pulled up. However you want to start is fine. Directive verdict. I'm just here for it all. I love y'all. Okay, Yak. All right, so the people want to start with Yak, so we are going to start with Yak. First, like the live, y'all. Yes. First, let's talk about what a direct. We're gonna look up the legal definition of a directed verdict just to make sure everybody's first on the same page, right? So I'm gonna just go look it up for the people so that we are 100% accurate and correct about what it is that we are talking about. And then we're gonna dig into it. All right, so a direct verdict is typically referred to as a directed verdict in legal terminology. A directed verdict occurs when a judge determines that no reasonable jury could find in favor of one party based on the evidence presented during the trial. Essentially, the judge directs the verdict without allowing the case to go to a jury decision, because the evidence is so one-sided that only one outcome is legally permissible. All right. Directed verdicts are almost commonly requested by a defendant's attorney at the close of the plaintiff's case, arguing that the plaintiff has not provided sufficient evidence to support their claims. If the judge grants the motion for a directed verdict, the case is decided without further deliberation, usually in favor of the defense. So that's the legal definition of a directed verdict. Is everybody on the same page? Can we get a thumbs up in the chat? Everybody good with the definition? Any questions, comments, or concerns about a directed verdict when it is asked for, what happens, period? Throw your thumbs in the chat. Okay. All right, everybody looks good. So I am actually going to paste because we're gonna have a conversation about it. So I'm gonna paste the link in the chat. Paste the link in the chat in case you want to come up and have a conversation about it, but I'm going to give my spiel. All right. That being said, I think when it comes to Yak's charge of the unaliving of Donovan Thomas, the state has failed to present enough evidence that a reasonable jury could say that he was guilty of it. In my opinion, I have only seen them say Yak was in a Bonneville. He was seen at a gas station and he pulled off. That's it. That's all. When we look at the unaliving of Donovan Thomas, they are alleging that the car that was used was an Infiniti. They had an Infiniti expert come up there. All right. That's it. That's all. That's all that I've seen presented. Now, if you've seen something else presented, let me know. Get in the comments, because I haven't seen any other evidence apart from that. The only thing they've said is Yak was in a gray Bonneville. This gray Bonneville was at this gas station that's in close proximity to the crime scene, and the timing, he was kind of there around the time. But that's it. That's all. They went and then they introduced a bunch of call logs for a variety of people who were in the area during the time of the unaliving. Okay. pinging off of towers that are in the vicinity of the crime scene. None of those calls included calls from Yak Gotti, the phone of Yak Gotti at all. None of the calls included no call records for Yak. So if you are going to go, they're going to send back to the jury, Yak is charged with the unaliving of Donovan Thomas. We seen him at a gas station in a Bonneville, and he was close to the scene of the crime. So we think he did it. But I'm also going to give you this video too of the unaliving, where you're going to see this gray Infinity come down the street and do this unaliving. I'm also going to give you these call log records of a bunch of other people who are also charged with this unaliving. And Yak's call log isn't over here. You know? So I have a hard time agreeing that they have enough evidence to support that Yak had any type of involvement, right? Okay. One of the arguments that was made was that, well, Judge Whitaker hasn't been there the entire time. And so if you recall, shout out to my girl. I'm actually going to get on Twitter because my girl actually posted this after the crazy back and forth between me and the person. It's kind of, I'm not even gonna say it escalated the situation, but it definitely put the nail on the head for me. This is when I kind of like lost my ish. But I'm gonna go find it because my girl posted the motion where is she? She posted the motion where Bruce Harvey put his argument out there about directed verdicts and Quay Nichols. Here she go. So I'm actually gonna share my screen so y'all can see her. All right, so shout out to my girl. I stand this YSLD. Shout out to her because she actually posted this on yesterday. All right. So I'm just gonna come out and just read the caption. It says Bruce Harvey addressing the issue of a mid-trial judge substitution and directed verdicts. So this was a motion for mistrial for Quay Nichols, and this is what Bruce Harvey said. Further, Mr. Nichols moves for a motion and objects to mid-trial substitution of a trial judge because the current presiding judge was not the judge during the last 19 months of trial. When, for example, Mr. Nichols moves for a directed verdict, this court will be unable to adequately evaluate the entirety of the prior proceedings in order to rule on this request. Of the 19 months of trial, over 6 months has been testimony for which this court was not present and therefore cannot base its decision on what has occurred during this trial. So Bruce Harvey is arguing, you weren't there. You weren't there to listen to all of this. You weren't there to hear everything in relation to these charges. So how can you, with fairness, consider or deny, approve, grant or deny a directed verdict request? You know what I mean? When the time comes. And that was the argument. That was the counter argument to my argument. My thoughts on that was the Quay and Yak were in two different boats. They had different oars. They might have been on two different rivers. And I do believe that Whitaker was there when they introduced the evidence on Yak. She was there. She was there. I think it is a super valid argument that was made. Like, she wasn't there. I think that is a valid argument. Super okay with it. I'm okay with anybody disagreeing with me, flat out. You know what I mean? But I personally believe that she was there when the evidence was presented against Yak for the unaliving of Donovan Thomas. She was sitting there. So that little slim chance, slim chance of her saying, yeah, I kind of agree with the defense. You didn't really present nothing on this. just the way that she views their evidence, the way that she views the way that they put the case together, I think I'm holding out on the hope that Whitaker says, yes, I'm gonna give Yaka not guilty on this her unalive and Donovan Thomas, then we're gonna keep it pushing. Here you go. Here's another argument. Paige will probably send it all to the jury because she doesn't want to be responsible for making a decision. Shanika, I think this is another argument that I heard as well, and I think that is valid. I think that is valid. I think that she may play that card. She may play that card, and I wait. What gives me hope, right? I don't think I would have had hope if I didn't see her sentence Thug. If I didn't see her sentence Jeffrey Williams, I don't think I would have had hope that she may say, yeah, you know what, this one right here ain't too good. In addition to the fact that we don't know what was in Yak's plea agreement that was turned down. What if the state was willing to throw out that M already? What if? You see what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? What if? What if? They innocent freedom, guys. I agree. You can't. Hey, cousins. Don't forget when you come in to like the button. Absolutely. I think we got people watching from Twitter and we got YouTube people. So if you are on YouTube, make sure you come in and like the live. I don't know if you can do it from X or not, but if you can, please like the live. I agree with that. Yep, I agree with that. Okay, so where are my posers? Like where are my people? Come on, give me some of your thoughts. Your thoughts. But the state read out his plea after Thugs, and the M was still there. I didn't hear them read out a plea for Yak. I don't believe we heard any of what the deals were. We were just hearing rumors about 40 years and 30 years and things of that nature. I think the M is still in the indictment, but I didn't hear. Remember, they read them and then took them off the table. Simone read it out. Okay, let's go back. They was not going to throw out the M on Yak. That's probably one of the reasons he didn't take it. He didn't do it. Oh, so I must have missed that part. Let's see. And this is why we live. This is why we do this together. Okay, so she read. So y'all saying that she read this out. What day would that have been in court? That would have been day 153. Would that have been 153, y'all? Because we're gonna go back and watch her read it out. That's what we're getting ready to do. Let's see. Would that have been 153? I don't know, y'all. Okay, yeah. Hold on, y'all. I can't see y'all. I know y'all probably waiting on me. I'm trying to let me see if it was 153. They say it's a part 2. Okay, let's go to 154. Maybe it's day 154. Okay, yeah. This is the day Thug played out. All right, family. Okay, y'all.
Violence or criminal violence. Mr. Williams himself has expressed his own sorrow to the family. I, again, am going to stand by my belief that the appropriate time to.
Okay, yeah, I definitely missed this.
Which was participation in criminal street gang.
Okay, yeah, I definitely missed this. All right, y'all, let's get it. It was after thug plea. Yep. I missed this. So this is something that I did not know occurred. So thank you for all the people who corrected me. Tarika, I don't know who the other peoples were. The other folks were. But thank you because I didn't know this. Hey. All right. I appreciate y'all.
Imprisonment. He's charged with count 57, which was participation in criminal street gang activity, which carried a sentence of 5 to 20 years. He was also charged with count 58, which is violation of the Georgia Controlled Substance Act. That is for the possession.
Right, marijuana.
Marijuana, which carries a sentence of 1 to 10 years. As to count 59, I believe that's the possession of codeine with the intent to distribute, which is 1 to 5, which is 5 to 30 years. And count 59, which is the possession of cocaine, which is
60 is possession of cocaine.
So 59 was the codeine, 60 is the possession of cocaine, which was 1 to 5 years. Possession of a firearm during the commission of a felony, which was count 61, which is 5 years to serve consecutive to any count indictment. Possession of a machine gun, which was count 62, which was 10 years to serve consecutive. And then he was charged with count 63, which is possession of a firearm by a convicted felon pursuant to 1611-133. I know my math isn't the best, but that's life plus some years. The state's recommendation, Your Honor, was for Mr. Kendrick to plead to count 1, conspiracy to violate the Racketeer Influence and Corrupt Organizations Act, which was 20 to serve 15. Count 2, the murder reduced to voluntary manslaughter, 20 years to serve 15. 20 years to serve 15. And then to the gang count 57, also 20 years to serve 15, all to run concurrent, and the state was willing to null pros all the other counts in the indictment.
All right. And Mr. Kendrick and the attorneys associated with you, I want to make sure that y'all know that unlike what happened with Mr. Williams, if you plead non-negotiated to less than all of the charges, there is nothing that the court can do if the state chooses to go forward with some of those charges. So you could not do what Mr. Williams pled guilty or nolo to each of the charges that he was facing. You cannot say, well, I'd like to plead guilty to count 1 and I'd like to plead to the reduced charge on count 2, and then I'd like to just skip the rest of them, because the state can say, well, we're not skipping the rest of them, we're still going to try you for the rest of them. And the state can also say, we're not okay with letting you plead to voluntary manslaughter unless you abide by the terms of the agreement. We're going to go forward with the murder trial. So I know that Mr. Weinstein, you and Mr. Apt and everybody else who's been helping know that, but because things seem to have worked out sort of beneficially for some of these other people who have already pled, y'all might think, oh, well, gosh, can't we do something better than that? Given what you're facing, they hold a lot of the cards, and a lot of it is outside of the ability of this court to change. Okay? All right.
We understand that, Your Honor. Thank you for advising us of that.
All right, Mr. Stillwell is facing,
Your Honor, Mr. Stillwell is also looking at count 1, which the conspiracy to violate the Racketeer Influence and Corrupt Organizations Act, which is 5 to 20 years. He is facing 2 counts of murder for count 2 and count 49, which each carries a sentence of life imprisonment. He's also charged with count 50 of this indictment, Your Honor, which is participation in criminal street gang activity, which carries a sentence of 5 to 20 years. He's also charged with count 51, participation in criminal street gang activity, also a sentence of 5 to 20 years. Count 52, possession of a firearm by a convicted felon previously convicted under 1611-133, which is 15 years consecutive to any count in the indictment. 54, possession of a firearm during the commission of a felony, which is 5 years to serve consecutive. Count 64, which is another possession of a firearm by a convicted felon under 1611-133, which is also 15 years to serve consecutive. So Mr. Stillwell's looking at maximum of 2 life sentences plus
85 years.
Plus 85 years, Your Honor. The state's recommendation, and I'll just say globally, Your Honor, was 60 years to serve 40 years in prison. That we would have reduced both of the murders to voluntary manslaughter, Your Honor. And we had given his attorney the option to kind of craft how that 40 years would look. But that was the extent to our negotiations, Your Honor.
And Mr. Stillwell, kind of the same information to you. If the state does not want to reduce charges, you're not entitled to plead to reduce charges. They can say, you got to face these murder charges and we're going to make it a jury trial if you don't agree to what we're offering. Same thing, you can't say, well, I'd like those other charges dismissed if they're not willing to dismiss them in exchange for the negotiated sentence. So obviously each of you has the right to continue with the trial. You know, what you're doing, you are all have very capable attorneys representing you who clearly care very passionately about you all personally, as well as presenting your best case. But it's ultimately going to be up to the jury, and you cannot know what any jury is going to do. And they may say, I don't believe a single bit of this beyond a reasonable doubt. Y'all are both walking. They may say, you know what, I buy this, I don't buy that. I'm convicting you of 4 of the 5 or 4 of the 8 charges. You're still then going to face sentencing. They may convict you of everything. And if you are convicted of everything, Mr. Stillwell, you're facing 2 life sentences plus 85 years on top of that, as opposed to 40 years to serve with parole as a possibility. And Mr. Kendrick, you are facing life plus, I think I added up 115 years instead of 20 to serve 15. So it's just something to think about. And I mean, it's already past 5 o'clock. So are y'all going to leave the offer open until you have withdrawn the offer before you even put it on the record to?
We communicated this to them last night, but they did not accept it. Then we will have withdrawn off.
All right, well, given that the state spent the entire day negotiating Mr. Williams' plea, ultimately unsuccessfully, I don't know if either Mr. Weinstein or Mr. Sharp would have been able to negotiate with you during today.
They would have, we didn't have any communication from Mr. Weinstein or Mr. And they rejected the offer.
Okay.
I did have communication with Mr. Abate today. I attempted to have communications with the DA last Tuesday morning, but she failed to show up for our meeting.
Any chance y'all might leave it open until 9 o'clock tomorrow?
Your Honor, I'll consult with the DA and if she wishes to read.
Okay. I mean, I have no idea whether they'd want to keep it, but I haven't, we haven't put it on the record and I haven't ensured myself as the court that they understood what the potential sentences were up until just now. So I would appreciate it if she would, so that they have the opportunity, having heard from the court, to talk to their attorneys. And they may still say that we're good, we're going forward, but.
We'll consult with the district attorney, but as a.
Okay. So in the event that it is no longer open to you or that you decide to reject it anyway, I plan to start the trial again Monday morning. I'm going to have the jury be here at 9. I'm going to have us be here at 8:30. We're back to getting no sleep. So I'll see y'all at 8:30 regardless. Okay, now court is adjourned.
All right, family. All right, so I didn't know that this was the day that we just watched the plea agreements that were offered to Yak and Shannon. This was on the day that Thug took his plea. This was Halloween. Y'all know my mama. I got 4 kids. So when Halloween came and after Thug got done, I was done. Okay, I was done. So I missed that. So again, shout out to the people who threw it out there in the chat that they actually did go over disagreements. Now let me process that. So for Yak, they were willing to drop his murder charge for Donovan Thomas down to voluntary manslaughter. All right, you went from first degree M to voluntary manslaughter. I saw a comment come through like, there's not enough evidence. I also feel like Donovan Thomas's parents or family was there, and so they were not going to take it off of the table in their presence. That just wasn't going to happen. All right. Now that I'm thinking about it, boom. That's my new theory. Okay. I still don't believe that they've produced enough to support Yak's involvement. When it comes to Shannon, okay, so they wanted him to do RICO, voluntary manslaughter, and then they wanted him to plead guilty to the gang charge, and then they'll no pros the rest, meaning get rid of the rest. For Shannon, it sounds like they wanted to drop his 2 M's down to voluntary manslaughter. They wanted to give him 60 years to serve 40, but Max would get to say how that 40 years would have been served. I think it's a hell of a difference. I think it's a hell of a difference going from murder to manslaughter. One. I don't think, like everybody was saying in the chat, I don't think that was a deal. Given the evidence that we have seen in support of the M's or the murders that Shannon is facing, I think they go to the jury. I think when we talk about the unaliving of, let's just start with Donovan Thomas, right? Because that's who we're talking about with Yak. When we talk about Donovan Thomas, their evidence is that QZ said that Shannon told him that he did it. And we saw QZ on the stand. We heard the interrogation. And I think because the fact that the jury already has to weigh whether or not they believe any of the things that came out of QZ's mouth on the stand and in those interrogation videos, that murder charge on Shannon definitely goes to the jury for them to decide. Personal opinion. In addition to, I think they were trying to say that he was at the gas station, but we never seen him at the gas station. So that one right there is just a theory that they threw out that was never substantiated, in my opinion. When it comes to the unaliving of Shamil Drinks, he was just a victim of circumstances, in my opinion. He was a flat out victim of circumstances. He was just in the wrong place at the wrong time. My personal opinion, I think that the evidence that they have It don't prove it. It don't prove it. It say he was there. It say he was right there, right before it happened, but it don't say that he did it. Which again, I think that goes to the jury for the jury to make the determination. But you know, Max still got a couple tricks still up his sleeve. So those are my thoughts. Those are my thoughts. Do I still think when we talk about because this was all about the directed verdict. That's how we ended up on the plea. This is all about my rant on about directed verdicts and the different arguments that were placed out there. I still hold the same hope, y'all. I still hold the same hope. I know that the chances are slim, but I do think that they have not produced enough evidence to support the unaliving of Donovan Thomas when it comes to yak. Yak and yak only. All right. All right. So I'm gonna throw the link out here. Before we move on to our next topic, it's okay. Before we move on to our next topic, does anybody want to come up and share any sentiments on direct verdicts, the pleas, anything before we move on? All right, y'all. While we wait I'm gonna wait like 2 minutes and see if anybody comes up. If y'all don't, then we'll just move on. But I'm gonna kind of go run through some of y'all comments real quick. I think count 50 and 51, jury can't forget they already pled guilty previously to the same charge. I agree with that because their convictions are entered into evidence. So I personally think that when it comes to the jury, those guys may get those gang charges. The pleas are necessary because they are going to get acquittal across the board. Rick Stapp. Right. They just want somebody to take that charge so they can get an arrest. I agree with that too, Joanna. I agree with that too. Even if convicted, the appeal is solid AF. Absolutely. We don't even see Shannon at the gas station. Exactly, Miss Val. You're right, but I was saying that because a jury can go any way, and that's the risk. That is a risk. And what I just keep holding on to, honestly, Brittany, is with beyond a reasonable doubt. That's what I keep holding on to. All right. How on both cases y'all see them at the gas station and I did it? We gotta stop going to get gas. You gotta run your car on earth. Yep, gotta go get you some water, pour it in there, because you can't go to the gas station in Fulton County. You might get charged with an M. You might get charged with an M. The only evidence I see was that Huey did what Woody and Thread did, and MT said he did. That's it. Oh wait, and the pew pew found on a certain people. That's it. That's all. I think those pew pew charges. I mean, there's an argument to be made about Yak and just being at the house where the charges, where the thumpers and the drugs were. I think there's an argument to be made there. Were they really his? Was he a visitor there? And I think, and that's what Doug was getting at. Does he live there? How long has he lived there? Like, you know what I mean? He was trying to paint that picture like he was just there and y'all charged him with it. So it's an argument to be made on behalf of Yak when it comes to the guns and the drugs that they're pitting on him for being at Thug's house. But Shannon, I think he might have to eat his gun charge. Personal opinion. All right, Miss Beta's up here. How do I add? Hey, Beta.
Hey, free the jury.
Free the jury.
Listen, I didn't know if you knew or not, so I wanted to come up and tell you and the rest of our cousins. But I had seen Doug saying today that they was at court because they had to do the
evidence.
The evidence, and they was also going to go over, when they give the jury the list of charges. So I was going to ask you, do you think like them charges she just read out for that plea, do you think those are going to be the same charges, or are they going to remove some?
No, I think the charges that are in the indictment are going to stand. If at any, if when they charge the jury, I think we'll see if they're able to consider other charges based off of what is presented. But they are going through the evidence for the charges that they have to kind of get to some agreements without Paige having to be there about what they're going to.
Okay. Okay.
Yep.
Dang, man. I
Yep.
kind of wish Thug would have kind of just went ahead and let Brian fight, cause I feel like he on probation for nothing.
Well, I'll say this. I think
But
that
I understand he wanted to get home. You know what I mean? But
yeah,
I
yep.
guess it's a conundrum, kind of, huh?
I think, none of us are in that position. I'm a person, jail ain't for me. Okay.
Okay.
It ain't for me. I like hot showers. I like warm meals. I like clean sheets, and I like to rub my feet against one another before I go to bed. Okay. I don't like jail ain't for me. It ain't a place for somebody like me.
Right.
And if I was in a position where there was a chance that I could get out and I had family issues going on, I'm 100% choosing my family over anything.
Everything.
Especially when I feel like I can have control over my freedom, right? Because 2 years of livelihood of being, 2 years of his life had been taken from him. You know what I mean? And I ultimately do feel like he's had time to sit and think about the choices that he's made and the choices that other people made that has influenced or put him in the position that he was in. And so I think that he did what any other parent would have did. I think he did what any other reasonable person would have done, and got himself out that jam. Not just
I agree.
for the other people, that he loved and support. So
I agree with that. It's just that, like, I got Brian still sitting next to me, and I know Brian and Adam was like, "We got you." Like, don't, like, cause they don't, you know what I mean? But his heart, you know what I mean? I feel like his heart was talking to him more than anything. And like you said, we don't know what that man really got going on behind his closed doors. That every day we just seeing a trial.
mm-hmm.
So he did what was best for him. So you gotta respect it.
Absolutely.
And Max, honey, he was ready to jump up out that seat.
Yes. So we are going to I'm gonna move you down, Beta, but we're getting ready to jump back over into the trial from yesterday. So y'all ready to go rewatch some of the Viverito's testimony? Baby, let's start with that. Let's start with that. It's a gamble. Absolutely, y'all. Absolutely. Yep. That was something too. Yes. I think yes, I agree with that. Yes. We're about to jump over into Viverito. Nah. Did y'all watch my 1 minute recap yesterday? Did y'all watch my 1 minute recap on yesterday about Viverito? Yes. Okay. I'm glad you seen it because the lady was up there having a hard time. She was struggling. Okay. I do want to play her. We are going to watch her testimony back in a faster speed. So she do talk fast. So some of it you may not hear it really good. Burrito, yeah, you may not hear it extremely good if you can't listen to the fast talk. You know what I'm saying? But we are going to go back and listen to some of Burrito's testimony. What we're going to try to focus on is the role that she's playing. Right? We're going to listen to we're going to listen to the instruction that Paige gives the jury, and then we're going to listen to her testify, and see how well she stays within the bounds of expert versus regular testimony. All right. All right. So, and again, y'all, we this is our second watch at it. So we're gonna stop, we're gonna pause, we're gonna talk about it, we're gonna laugh, all that. Okay. Let me get it up for y'all. Let me get it up here for y'all. And then when we get to the part about Boyer, we're gonna stop watch the video that somebody sent me, talk about it, and then we're gonna continue on. All right. So let me get the video up. I love YouTube so much better than TikTok. Like, okay, I'm actually not even going to play this on Law and Crime. I actually want to go to ANF because they ANF, Atlanta News 5, Atlanta News First. I'm gonna go to ANF here. We're gonna do theirs. Because they don't have commercials, and it's gonna be once the sprinkle got done. All right, the jury's coming in. Now, cousins, if y'all need us to stop, I need us to rewind, y'all need us to have a moment of conversation, just throw it in the chat. I'm gonna pause it and we're gonna talk about it. All right, I'm gonna throw this out here for y'all just in case again you want to come up because it's an open floor. Everybody is welcome. Yes, when we get to that.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, a guilty plea conviction is about to be admitted in this case. A guilty plea conviction of Mr. Kendrick will be admitted for your consideration, and it may be considered by you only against Mr. Kendrick and only as to counts 1 and 63. And let me also take this opportunity to instruct you about the guilty plea convictions of Mr. Stillwell, which had already previously been admitted for your consideration. Those convictions may be considered by you only against Mr. Stillwell and only as to counts 1, 52, and 64. You may not use the conviction of Mr. Kendrick in your consideration or deliberations against Mr. Stillwell. They are not evidence of anything against Mr. Stillwell. And likewise, you may not use the convictions of Mr. Stillwell in your consideration or deliberations against Mr. Kendrick. They are not evidence of anything against Mr. Kendrick. Each defendant has a right to have his guilt or innocence determined solely on the basis of the evidence presented against him, not by what may have happened with regard to a criminal prosecution of someone else. And there were also guilty plea convictions of Mr. Nichols admitted previously. For the reasons that I just explained, those convictions would have been admissible only against Mr. Nichols and not any other defendant. And because Mr. Nichols is no longer a part of this prosecution and his convictions would have only been admissible against him, there is no longer a reason for them to be in evidence, and you're not to consider them for any reason in your deliberations and in reaching your verdict. And you also heard testimony about a guilty plea by Mr. Winfrey. Whether Mr. Winfrey pled guilty to something is also not to be considered against any of these defendants. This proposition is true about the guilty plea convictions of any co-defendant. And again, that's because each defendant has the right to have his guilt or innocence determined solely on the basis of the evidence presented against him and not by what may have happened with regard to a criminal prosecution of someone else.
All right. I actually thought that the instructions were clear. I think it makes sense to me, but that's also because we talk about it a lot. 1 or 2 in the chat. 1, you felt like it was okay. 2, you've got reserves about it. Just let me know what you think about that in the chat. Just pause for a quick second for that, and then we're going to continue.
Thank you, Your Honor. And Your Honor, this time the state would like to tender State's Exhibit 438 VV pursuant to 24-9-902, which is a self-authenticating certified copy of conviction of Mr. Diamante Kendrick in indictment 15 SC 140116, where Mr. Kendrick pled guilty to participation in criminal street gang activity conspiracy to commit a crime, possession of a firearm, or knife during the commission of or attempt to commit certain felonies.
Yeah. So yeah, because she said that's confusing because the RICO is based on what everybody does, correct? They have to prove that you were a part of the RICO. Everybody is charged with RICO, but they have to prove that you participated in the conspiracy. And what she's saying is that your conviction can only be used against you as it relates to your charge of RICO.
Theft by receiving stolen property, BGCSA for the purchase, possession of a controlled substance in Schedule 1 or Schedule 2, driving, fleeing, and attempting to elude, and possession of marijuana less than an ounce.
All right, that is admitted. And you can call your next witness.
The state calls Investigator Viverito.
All right. And while that investigator is making her way to the stand, I'm going to give you another instruction. And this is kind of just a reminder instruction. So some of the testimony you're about to hear from this witness will be the witness's opinion as an expert based on training and experience, not her knowledge as a fact witness. But other testimony she's going to give will be so-called fact information gleaned during the witness's investigation. I've instructed the state to the extent possible to try to make it clear when they're asking for or when the witness is giving expert opinion versus fact testimony. And I'll just recall to you the instructions that were previously given before another expert's testimony that was going to testify in a dual capacity about how to evaluate fact testimony, lay opinion testimony, if there is going to be any from this witness, and then expert opinion testimony. All right, thank you.
So knowing that you don't know what it correct me if I'm wrong, we may have to go back and just listen to that again at a slower pace, but it really sounds like to me she said you're going to listen to fact, you're going to listen to her give fact testimony, and you're going to listen to her give expert testimony, and later I'm going to give you instructions on how to determine what is fact and what is expert. Did I hear that right? Is that what y'all heard? That was confusing. I agree with that, Brittany. I was confused. Do we need to run it back? Y'all want to run it back real quick? Just to... Yes. I'm guessing y'all saying yes to what I heard. I see one run it. Do we need to run it back just one more time at a slower pace? Okay, we're gonna run it back. We're gonna run it back.
The state calls Investigator Viverito.
All right. And while that investigator is making her way to the stand, I'm going to give you another instruction. And this is kind of just a reminder instruction. So some of the testimony you're about to hear from this witness will be the witness's opinion as an expert based on training and experience, not her knowledge as a fact witness. But other testimony she's going to give will be so-called fact information gleaned during the witness's investigation. I've instructed the state to the extent possible to try to make it clear when they're asking for or when the witness is giving expert opinion versus fact testimony. And I'll just recall to you the instructions that were previously given before another expert's testimony that was going to testify in a dual capacity about how to evaluate fact testimony, lay opinion testimony, if there is going to be any from this witness, and then expert opinion testimony. All right, thank you. And if you can swear the witness.
Okay, so okay. That instruction did not, it's not sitting well with me because I'm trying to like remove the fact that I've heard some of her testimony already and think about if Hilton clearly made it clear when she was testifying to expert versus when she was testifying to fact. And I think that's what she's saying, that she told the state to make sure that you are clear when you're asking that. And then she's basically telling them that you've already had a witness on the stand who testified in the same capacity, and those instructions that were given are going to still apply here. How in the hell do they remember those instructions? What were those instructions? Does anybody know what those instructions were? Like, what? She's gonna give another instruction when she's done testifying. Like, what? Okay, y'all. So again, we're gonna go back to the testimony. I'm gonna try to again play it at a higher speed. We'll stop. If you need me to stop, just throw it in the chat. We'll keep talking about it.
I do.
First and last name. I'm sorry. First initial, last name. What course? Okay.
Sure. It would be M. Viverito, Viverito.
And good morning, Investigator Viverito. How are you?
Good morning. I'm well.
Where do you work?
The City of Atlanta Police Department.
And how long have you worked for the City of Atlanta Police Department?
Since February of 2023.
And what are your current job duties and responsibilities with the City of Atlanta Police Department?
Currently, I hold the rank of Investigator, and my position is unique. It's the first of its kind for the Atlanta Police Department. It's a move towards intelligence-led investigations. So my official title is an investigative gang analyst. That is where it's basically a hybrid between a detective and a criminal intelligence analyst. So you're fusing the best parts of both worlds to move investigations forward, especially in the gang world.
And we said intelligence-led investigations. Just tell the jury briefly, what do you mean?
Intelligence-led investigations where you think outside the box. So it's not just, okay, maybe some camera footage, talking to some people. You're using everything at your disposal, whether it be social media accounts, jail calls, phone extractions, wiretaps, everything. You're going to try and get everything you can from the intelligence world and do your research and bring that all in together than just traditional investigative techniques.
Prior to working at Atlanta Police Department, where did you work?
Start from the beginning.
No, just
Okay.
immediately prior.
Prior to the Atlanta Police Department, I was with the Fulton County District Attorney's Office in their gang unit. I was a senior investigator, and then I was ultimately promoted to a lieutenant in the high-profile case unit.
And let's first talk about your time as a senior investigator. Tell the jury about your job duties and responsibilities as a senior investigator in the gang unit.
So I would work with various attorneys in the unit, and I would review cases that were coming up for trial or being prepared for indictment. And I'd take a look at the file, and we'd see if there was anything that was needed to push the case forward. We may go talk to people. We may locate witnesses. We may secure additional search warrants and just get the case ready and be trial ready for when it ultimately goes to trial or takes a plea.
And as a lieutenant, what did you do when you were with the high-profile unit?
It was things of a similar nature, but it was a little bit more, again, as the title would allude to, high-profile cases, media cases, cases that involve difficult witnesses, and cases that were a little bit more complex.
Now, prior to working at the Fulton County District Attorney's Office, did you work for any other law enforcement agency?
I did.
If you could tell the jury about your career in law enforcement.
Sure. I graduated from the University of Tampa with a bachelor's degree in criminology. I did about a year down in Tampa working at a juvenile facility to get some experience. Then after that, I moved to Atlanta. I started my career with the Georgia Department of Corrections as a felony probation officer. While I was there, my career has exclusively been in the city of Atlanta. While I was there, I started out with a normal caseload. Shortly after that, they started a program that was called the Atlanta Community Impact Program. It was a pilot program driven to reduce recidivism for people returning back to the community from prison. So somebody may get sentenced to a prison sentence that includes probation. So they partnered us with every day. We were partnered with Atlanta police officers. We would ride with them. They would come with us to do home visits. So we'd get a list of returning citizens from prison, and we'd offer wraparound services. So if you need a job, if you need housing, if you need clothing, if you need education, if you need anything you need, we offer it there as like kind of a one-stop shop in an effort to reduce recidivism. So on the other hand, then, if you want to get out of prison and say, you know what, not interested, I'd like to engage in a crime spree, thanks. We have the Atlanta Police Department with us every day to say, okay, we're going to stop that before you get hurt or before anybody else gets hurt, and bring the communities.
I want you to slow down a little because you are going so
Sorry.
fast, and I will ask a different question
Okay.
further. All right. While you were with probation, did you ever have an opportunity to work with the GBI?
Yes, later on in my career.
Okay. So when did you work with the GBI later on in your career?
Okay, several years later, I was promoted to probation and parole there are different ranks. I was promoted to a criminal investigator. So what that, you don't have a caseload, you're operating as a
Slow down.
sorry, you're operating as a law enforcement officer within probation and parole. Typically, you're assigned to the Special Operations Division, and then you're assigned to either a federal task force. In my case, I was assigned to the GBI Gang Task Force. That's the Georgia Bureau of Investigation. It's a statewide gang task force.
And what did you do when you were part of the GBI Gang Task Force?
Although we were statewide, my experience was here in the city of Atlanta. So I took on
You're right. This is her training to qualify her as an expert in gang.
Going to stipulate to it? To her expertise? I mean, You may.
All right, y'all. We're gonna have a quick pause and a break. Because yeah, I 100% agree with y'all. She did a lot of bolstering, talking about her experience. But what stood out to me the most is that you went from trying to help people get rehabilitated into throwing them behind bars for the rest of their life based off of social media posts, songs that they make, and things of that nature. Like in a role as a probation officer, I understand that you want to make sure that the people who are getting out, they abide by the rules, right? Because ultimately they may have made whatever decision that they made to be put in this situation. But I just think that it's a weird transition to have a position where you are working on rehabilitating people, and then you all of a sudden switch to the other side of that, to the other side of it. Not to say that, she maybe, it's clear that she had a desire to go into the criminal field while she was in college, but it's weird. And that to me, even more so, proves the fact that she was chosen because of her relationship with these guys. So imagine you having a parole officer and she's coming to your house, she's coming to do visits, or you're coming to her. She has a police officer with her, but she's talking to you about bettering your life. She's trying to help you get a job. She's trying to connect you with other resources to you know what I mean? To get you, steady and stable on the right track. And then that trust gets betrayed because she then uses the information that she has acquired about you in a capacity in order to get you thrown back in jail. You know what I mean? I think there's so many different levels to this that bothers me. And I feel like they prayed and they targeted them boys. Like, okay. That was just my 2 cents, but we will continue on. And so basically while she was talking here, Max was like, none of this is relevant. And he asked her if they wanted to stipulate to anything. Y'all know Max ain't trying to stipulate to nothing. This woman say.
Okay, so specifically going into what you were doing with the GBI gang task force, you can continue.
Okay. So we had some agents like to work in North Georgia, some South Georgia. I was familiar with the city of Atlanta. So during my time there, I investigated several complex multi-defendant gang cases that were focused on violence within the city of Atlanta.
And in addition, do you have any formal training that you've taken to assist you in identifying gangs here in the city of Atlanta?
Sure. Back when I first started, there's a 40-hour course down at the Georgia Public Safety Training Center that you take as kind of an introductory course down there. I completed that. I'm also a member of the Georgia Gang Investigators Association and completed the beginner and intermediate certification through them. I attend there. They have a biannual conference, a summer or winter typically, where it's a week full of just training. Every year the topics vary. They bring people in from all over the country to teach. I attend both of those. I attend various trainings throughout the year and just keeping myself abreast of the topics and trends in the gang world.
And just briefly tell the jurors, what type of courses are you taking in these training sessions?
It just depends what they offer at the time. It could be best practices in gang investigations. It could be technology focused. It could be narcotics focused. It could be focused on street crime enforcement. They try to keep a good variety so their members are well versed and have a well-rounded training background.
Yeah. Can you pull that? Yeah, it worked great for a minute and I don't know what happened, but just pull that mic towards you. Yeah.
Is that better?
Yes.
Okay.
Thank you.
In addition to your formal training, do you have any other training or experience to assist you in identifying criminal street gangs and determining gang culture?
I'd say my experience here in the city of Atlanta, working here, my career has been exclusively here. Probation and parole gave me a great knowledge base to start my career. I do have a lot of in custody and custodial, non-custodial interviews with people. I like to talk to people. People talk to me. And I do listen to a lot of jail calls. They're great to get information, phone extractions, wiretap calls. You kind of learn from the gangs themselves.
And you just talked about speaking with individuals. At your time, have you had opportunity to speak with gang members and or their family members while you've been working in law enforcement?
Yes. Multiple times I've talked to gang members. I've talked to the mothers of their children, their mothers, their grandmothers, brothers, sisters. Sometimes I remember one time recently I was out at a crime scene and somebody's sister came up to me and said, "Hey, how you doing?"
Sustained.
Let me ask you this. Do you gain information to assist you in your investigations with your cases?
Absolutely.
And then you talked about jail calls and wiretaps, and listening to those jail calls and information you get from the wiretaps or intercepted calls. Does that help provide you information to assist you with your knowledge of gangs and gang investigation?
It does.
Now, as your time as an investigator and working in all of your law enforcement capacities, have you had the opportunity to use social media to assist you in your investigation?
I have.
How does social media assist you in your investigations?
So typically in the past with gangs, graffiti used to kind of be the newspaper for the gang. You go to neighborhoods and you look at graffiti and see who's been dead or who they're disrespecting, who's claiming the territory. Now, modern day, that's all basically shifted to social media. It allows you to still do that and not assume much of the risk that you have standing out there doing those kind of things. Gangs love social media, and it's probably one of the most important things you need to pay attention to in gang investigations.
Now, do you use certain tools in order to assist you with investigation that the general public does not have access to?
Yes.
What are some of those tools?
Of course, we have our jail call system. We have phone extractions are a huge, huge thing. So any cell phones that we recover during arrests and we secure a search warrant, I'll have them extracted by a qualified examiner. Interviews that wouldn't be available to the general public, the access to certain people. There's a lot of people that I've talked to that not everybody has access to talk to. So there's several things.
As a gang detective with Atlanta Police Department, were you trained in the method and protocol of the Atlanta Police Department and determine whether or not a person is in either associated or a member of a criminal street gang?
Yes.
Now, when you were with the other agencies, were you trained in other methods or protocols to determine whether or not a person is either associated with or a member of a criminal street gang?
Yes, the different agencies have their different methods, but yes.
As an investigator, have you had the opportunity through your work in Atlanta to interact with persons who claimed association with a gang called Young Slime Life?
Yes.
Can you just tell the jury generally about your interactions with individuals regarding the Young Slime Life gang? Let me just ask generally, then I'll go specifically. Have you had conversations with individuals who are a member of Young Slime Life?
Yes.
Have you had the opportunity on occasion to view social media accounts of individuals who claim affiliation with Young Slime Life?
Yes.
Have you had the opportunity to listen to jail calls of individuals who associate themselves with Young Slime Life?
Yes.
And have you had the opportunity to intercept phone calls with individuals who associate themselves with Young Slime Life?
Yes.
Now, I want to ask you, through your work as well in Atlanta, have you had the opportunity to interact with individuals who claim association with a gang called YFN?
Yes, I have.
And I ask the same series of questions. Have you had the opportunity to listen to jail calls of individuals who associate themselves with YFN?
Yes, I helped investigate and was part of the team for the YFN RICO indictment, and jail calls were an integral part of our investigation.
And we're going to talk about that indictment in a moment. Have you had the opportunity to look at social media of individuals who claim affiliation with YFN?
Yes.
And what about interception of cellular phone calls? Have you had that opportunity with individuals associated with YFN?
Not as YFN as the target, but it's happened with other cases.
And we say not with YFN as a target, what do you mean?
When you intercept phone calls, you have a target phone number that you're intercepting the calls from. I haven't had a wiretap case. I've done a few of them. I haven't had one where a YFN person was a target.
Now, through your work with working with...
Hold the hell on. Hold up. If you participated in the RICO for YFN and you listen to wiretaps, how or why would you not have, or how is that possible? How is that possible? If you participated in the YFN RICO, doesn't that mean that the YFN people were the target? So they wasn't on the phone? Okay, help me out, because I'm like, what? Did I not hear that right? So it's being said that they wasn't talking on the phone, but they was on the jail phone. And I didn't, you know what I'm saying, the YFN trial was a Fed case, so I didn't know, but that just kind of blew me. Like, what do you mean? How they beefing with YFN and they didn't get an indictment? How did you participate in the indictment of well, I guess, okay. I thought I was tripping. She didn't request it? Okay. No, I don't think they wiretapped them. Okay. I was just confused. I'm like, what the hell? Okay, here we go.
YSL and YFN. Have you had the occasion to learn about alliances with both YFN and YSL?
Yes.
Now, I think you mentioned briefly GGIA, but if you can explain to the jury, what is GGIA?
That's the Georgia Gang Investigators Association. Many of us are members and we attend the conferences. They offer great trainings and certifications throughout the year. And like I said, they have they have a winter and a summer conference. You can go there, you can meet gang experts from throughout the country will come present and just learn from a variety of experienced individuals.
And I think briefly you mentioned, have you had the opportunity to teach courses in gangs?
I have.
What type of courses have you taught?
I serve as an adjunct instructor for the Georgia Gang Investigators Association. Typically, I teach social media investigations and advanced investigative techniques.
Now, you talked about the fact that you listen to a lot of jail calls, you've intercepted cellular calls on wiretaps. I mean, you've had the ability to review cell phone data that's been extracted from cell phones. Did those interactions with technology and communication with gang members, looking at jail calls and those items, did that help you gain any knowledge into coded languages that gang members may use?
Absolutely.
Have you had any training on gangs and music?
I've had at the Georgia Gang Investigators Association, I believe a few years ago, they had some blocks on music and gangs.
And have you had the occasion in your experience to investigate gangs with people who have ties to the music industry?
I have. In Atlanta, it is very common.
And is YSL and YFN both of those gangs that you've been able to investigate?
Yes.
And have you listened to music of individuals associated with both those gangs, both YSL and YFN?
I have.
And are you familiar with gang references in music?
I am.
Your Honor, this time the state would like to tender Investigator Viverito as a witness, as an expert in criminal street gangs and criminal street gang activity.
All right. She's so qualified and may testify as an expert in those areas.
All right.
Now, while you've either been at Atlanta Police Department or the Fulton County District Attorney's Office, have you had the opportunity to lead any gang investigations?
I have.
And specifically, I want to direct your attention to this particular case, this indictment here, where you wanted to lead investigators on this indictment when you were at the Fulton County District Attorney's Office.
Yes, I was.
Now, as an investigator on this case, did you have the occasion to investigate any crimes involving an individual by the name of Marquavius Huey?
I did.
And specifically, did you investigate an armed robbery that occurred in October of 2020?
I did.
How did you get involved in that investigation?
Prior to coming to the DA's office, when I was at the GBI Gang Task Force, my office was at the Atlanta Police Department's headquarters in their gang unit. So I was very familiar with all the detectives and the different units up there. I was approached by a detective, Jeffrey Henderson, from the robbery unit regarding a robbery case involving Mr. Huey that he had.
And when he approached you, what, if any, steps did you assist him when he approached you?
I did.
What steps did you take to assist him with that investigation?
Just identifying Mr. Huey's gang involvement, who he was affiliated with, who he would have had alliances with, who he would have had rivalries with, things of that nature.
And how did you go about assisting to identify Huey's relationships with any gang involvement?
Well, the first thing I did was review Mr. Huey's social media accounts. The name has changed a few times, but when I reviewed it, it was Mr. Huey's very proud of his affiliation with Young Slime Life.
Yep. So staying, don't provide commentary like that, okay? Just if you're testifying to facts, just give us the facts. Disregard that last comment.
So just what were some of his names?
JBS Quay for Jonesboro South Quay. I can't remember the rest of them off the top of my head, but it changed a few times.
And when you looked at his social media, did you also do any other investigation to assist Investigator Henderson?
When Investigator Henderson, following Mr. Huey's arrest, obtained his cellular devices, Investigator Henderson did a search warrant for his devices with a scope of 30 days. So what that means is when the phone is extracted, it's permissible to review 30 days worth of data. I think the time frame was just around the time of the robbery. Within that time frame, there were additional crimes and evidence in the phone. I secured search warrants to expand the scope of what was allowed to be searched to the entire phone on 2 phones.
And once you were able to secure a search warrant, did you then look into the phone, the expanded phone?
I did.
And in preparation for your testimony today, have you had the opportunity to look at some of the contents in that phone?
I have.
You want permission to approach?
You may.
So her first comment was Mr. Huey loves his YSL affiliation.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 227 VV2A, 227 VV2B, 227 VV2C, and 227 VV2D. If you can look at those and tell me if you recognize those items.
Sure. Yes, I recognize them.
And how do you recognize them?
They are text messages that were extracted from Mr. Huey's phone, his phones, as well as 2 contacts that were stored in the phone.
Okay. And those appear to be accurate depictions of text messages and the context that were in the phone that you reviewed back in 2020.
They do.
Right. Around this time, the state would like to admit State's Exhibit 227 BV2A, 227 BV2B, 227 BV2C, and 227 BV2D into evidence.
Admitted.
Now, Investigator Viverito, when looking through the phone, well, let me ask you this. Prior to getting involved with this investigation with Marquavius Huey, did you have any knowledge of any beef between YFN and YSL?
Yes, since 2015, YSL and YFN had an ongoing conflict.
Overruled.
And when you were working with the GBI task force in 2020, did you have knowledge of that beef?
I did.
Now, when you looked inside of Mr. Huey's phone, did you see any conversations in his phone regarding an individual by the name of Lucci?
I did.
Okay. And generally, what information was in the phone that you saw about an individual Lucci? What did you see in the phone?
I would see that when Lucci or Mr. Rayshon Bennett, when Mr. Bennett would have, there was a handful of performances or appearances within the city of Atlanta. The flyer would be shared either by Mr. Williams or Mr. Huey, and Mr. Huey would talk about going to handle that. It would be told or asked to go handle that.
And you said he was talking to Mr. Williams. How did you know, when you're saying Mr. Williams, who are you referring to?
Jeffrey Williams, also known as Young Thug.
How did you know he was speaking with Jeffrey Williams?
Based on the phone numbers that he was in communication with, as well as how they were named in the phone, but the phone numbers themselves.
I'm going to first show you what's been admitted as 227 VV2C.
Okay.
And it should come up on your screen in a moment.
All right, y'all, we're gonna hit a quick pause, okay? Because y'all know that Thug was charged with the RICO, and they also wanted to say that he was the leader of this criminal enterprise that they are calling YSL. I want y'all to take a good look at these text messages, and we're gonna take a poll. I need a poll from the people on how damaging you all feel these text messages are as they relate to those gang leader charges. All right, so just pay close attention, and we'll pause once we get through them.
Now, first, looking at 227 VV2C, what is the jury looking at?
You're looking at when you extract a phone. If you go to your address book in your phone, you'll pull up contacts or contact card. This is what it looks like when the phone is extracted. When you receive it back on a hard drive and you're going through the phone, this is what it's going to appear as. So you may have mom, a phone number, and that information. This is how it appears in a forensic phone extraction.
And for 227 VV2C, do you see a name associated with this contact?
Yes.
And what is the name?
It's named Slime and it has some emojis with the name.
And are you able to tell what the emojis are?
It looks like a snake emoji, and I don't know if you guys can see. It should be like the iPhone emoji.
And then in this phone, when it says deleted, do you know what that means?
I would assume that I don't see it on my copy where it says deleted.
Where's it deleted in the left-hand column?
Oh, okay, there you go. So yeah, that would be, I would assume that means that contact was deleted or removed from the device at some point, but still stored in the memory of the device somewhere.
Okay. And where it has other, what is in the other category?
That would be the number associated with that contact.
All right. And then for the created category, what's the created category?
That's going to be the date that the contact was added to the phone. So say you meet somebody, you add their contact to your phone, you put them in your address book, that's going to be that date.
And then if it was modified, what does that mean?
Modified could be you change their name, you add a last name, you delete the contact, or you modify the number in any way.
All right. And what was the phone number associated with this contact in the phone?
213-910-1192.
Now I'm going to also show you 227 VV2D.
Okay.
Are y'all good if I speed it up a notch? I want
to start with the other. What is the phone number associated with this contact?
213-910-1192.
And is that the same phone number from 227 VV2C?
It is.
Right. And when you look at the name, what is in the name section?
So here it's going to appear as almost like a bug type emoji, but I had a chance to review the physical device. It is a spider emoji. That's just how it translates to, I don't know if you have friends, if you have an iPhone, your friends are Android, sometimes the emojis don't translate correctly. When you extract the phone, that's what happens here. So when you look at the physical device, it's going to be a spider.
And then what was the created and modified date on 227 VV2D?
March 1st of 2019, it's created and modified November 22nd of 2020.
And through your investigation, did you associate this contact with an individual?
I did.
And who was that?
Jeffrey Williams.
All right. Now I'm going to publish 227 VV2A.
Okay.
And I want to go to slide 2. What's being depicted in slide 2? And we can zoom in because I know it's pretty tiny.
So just like in your phone, when you send a message, typically the message you're sending is going to be in green for iPhones, blue if the sent recipient has an iPhone. It's going to be on the right-hand side of the conversation. What that is going to be is it's a flyer for a YFN Lucci performance or appearance.
Okay. And who sent the flyer and to whom did the flyer get sent to?
Mr. Huey sent that flyer to Mr. Williams.
All right. And looking at slide 3, excuse me, in the middle, what is in the middle? Is that the attachment of what the flyer is?
Yes.
Now looking at slide number 3, is that the attachment?
It is.
All right. And for the record, what does the attachment say?
It is a flyer. I think it was a performance or an appearance. It was a mixtape release for Mr. Bennett at the Diamond Club, which, from my experience with other investigations, is a YFN stronghold.
And if you need to, you can use the screen to help point out as well.
Yes, you'll see. Just saying he has a mixtape release, and this is at the Diamond Club on Northside Drive.
Now looking at slide 3. Slide 4, excuse me. Starting at slide 4. And if you can either read from the screen behind you or from your paper, or read from the screen behind you, and so we can show the jury. Tell the jurors about the conversation that is happening as a result of this flyer.
So it's a little confusing, but at the time, if you look at the time and dates these messages are sent, the flyer and the initial conversation is started on Mr. Williams' phone that has a 213 area code or Los Angeles area code. Once the flyer is sent by Mr. Huey, Mr. Williams switches to his Atlanta phone number and they engage in conversation to where Mr. Williams tells him, handle that tonight, and follows it up with slat. And then Mr. Huey responds, slat.
And you said that this was Mr. Williams' Atlanta number. On the left-hand side, it says line. Would that be the contact, how the contact is saved in Mr. Huey's phone?
Yes, that's how it would appear in the phone.
And what is the Atlanta phone number?
It is 404-789-1371.
And what is the date, roughly the date and times of these text messages?
January 19th, 2020.
Now going to page 5. What is being depicted on slide 5 of this PowerPoint?
That is Mr. Williams using his Atlanta number to tell Mr. Huey on August 15th of 2020, go handle that, and he responds, slat.
Now, looking at page 6, or slide 6, excuse me. Now, is this September 2nd, 2020?
It is.
Okay. And what is occurring in this text message conversation beginning on September 2nd, 2020?
Okay, so several months later, Mr. Huey is going to send another flyer for a YFNLG appearance or performance. And Mr. Williams responds, where's that at? Mr. Huey tells him, Claremont. Mr. Williams responds and says, slatty, handle, stay very low. And Mr. Huey says, slat, for sure, I've been out the way.
And looking at the next slide, is this a copy of that flyer?
Yes, it is.
And when is the date of the appearance that Mr. Bennett is advertising?
September 6th.
Now going to the next slide. Does that conversation continue?
It does.
Okay. And if you could say for the record what the conversation is as it continues.
Mr. Huey tells Mr. Williams, I appreciate you for everything, my brother. Never about money with me. I'm built on loyalty. He sends the 100 emoji, which kind of means like, I'm for real about it. Mr. Williams says, slat, handle that, I got you. Mr. Huey responds, slat.
Now, going to the next slide, is there some additional conversation now with the 213 number that's identified as Spider or Mr. Williams?
There is.
Okay. And when is this conversation?
July 20th of 2020.
Okay. So this is after the first Lucci conversation, but before the second Lucci conversation?
Yes.
All right. And what is occurring in this conversation?
Mr. Huey sends in the first message, you see an attachment. It's a video clip of a friend that wanted really bad. He's like trying to get his career off the ground as a rapper here in Atlanta. He says, post this for me, my brother. And then he uses a derogatory term for somebody and says, that person's out here in LA, twin. Not referring to his friend, he's referring to somebody else, somebody of the opposition, it appears.
Sustained.
Legislation.
And is that just generally the context of this conversation?
Correct.
All right. I want to move to the next slide. I'm sorry, next slide. Specifically on this slide, do you see a message with an individual by the name of Javon Fleetwood?
I do.
And are you familiar with that individual?
I am.
And how are you familiar with that individual?
He's a member of YSL.
Okay. And as a part of your investigation, have you had the occasion to investigate a shooting involving Mr. Fleetwood, where he is been charged with aggravated assault?
Yeah, I wasn't the lead investigator, but I had a chance to review the investigation.
Okay. And did you have an opportunity to prep that case for trial at any point?
I did.
What were the charges that he was preparing for to go to trial on?
I believe it was aggravated assault.
Okay. And do you know the approximate date of the incident in which he was being charged with?
I believe it was May 10th of 2019.
And in that May 10th, 2019, was there a vehicle associated with that ag assault?
There was.
Well, we haven't heard it yet, but avoid hearsay.
Yes. As a part of your investigation, when you were investigating that case for trial.
I'm gonna get you said.
Don't elicit hearsay,
I want to see her say.
because right now it sounds like she's testifying as a fact witness, right?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay.
Did you get social media account from Mr. Fleetwood?
I didn't obtain records for it, but I reviewed some posts from his account.
From his public account?
Correct.
And have you had an opportunity to view those posts prior to your testimony today?
I have.
All right, let's pause. Let's have a conversation. So, all right. So what y'all got to remember in the state's theory is that there is a beef between YFN and YSL. All right. I know Thug is not here. Thug isn't here, but guess who is? Guess who's still here? Yak. Yak is still in the courtroom. Yak has a picture on top of Lucci's car. He got a picture on top of Lucci's car. So, I mean, I posed the question about how damaging you guys felt about, how damaging would you guys have thought those text messages would have been if Thug was in a room? And that was just a hypothetical, right? So we can have a conversation. But I do see people talking about, well, Thug isn't there, but Yak is there. And so she's using her to establish, we're using this to establish that there is a beef. And look, there is a beef because Huey is saying something to Thug about Lucci. All right. Lucci ultimately, Lucci stabbing is gonna come up. Yak is beefing with them. Like, he's a part of this. He's a part of this gang. And when one has a beef, they all participate. They all do things. So that's the purpose of these text messages being introduced and why they feel like it's relevant, right? So that's kind of where we are, guys. But I do still have my hypothetical question out there to y'all. How damaging do y'all think that could have been if Thug was still in the room? Now, we haven't gotten down to the text messages where he was telling him to take the stuff back, right? But let's just talk about the exchange of Huey sending pictures and the responses of go handle that and Slack. What are y'all thoughts? Oh, I guess y'all don't want to talk to me. It's okay. We can keep watching if y'all just want to keep watching. I don't see any comments. So I guess we'll just keep watching, guys. We'll keep watching. All right, here we go. Okay, maybe it was just a delay. I mean, he could have been talking about something else. Absolutely. Absolutely. But it's circumstantial, of course, but it's a conspiracy. So they can introduce circumstantial evidence and tell the jury, make the connection. Exactly. You didn't take it as that it could have hurt him. Okay. It did look bad. I don't know if they will have any impact. I don't know for a fact that that's Thug texting. That is a good argument. That is a good argument. Brian would have had to clear that up. Absolutely. I didn't really think about it that way. That's why we're here, just to talk about it. Doesn't look good. Glad he got out, especially with him moving over to another number to text back, handle that. Okay, that's what I was thinking, JC. Handle that can mean many things. And what was handled? Exactly, Valerie. That's a good argument. Wait. What's going on, Bernicia? Handle it in my house means have bail money ready. It could have been a pull up and sell merch or go look out for anything. Absolutely. That's a good argument. Still talked about it during the plea, but I'm going to look for what he said. He talked about, I didn't hear him talk about the go handle that piece. I heard him talking about the go take that shit back piece. And we haven't seen that part yet. Or if go take it back or they gonna die. I think that was the part that he talked about in the plea. But S-Dot, if you see something different, just let us know and we'll go back and watch it together. Too open, go handle what? Okay. I think y'all got some really good points. Yep, they could have been talking about anything. Okay, I just wanted to see what y'all thoughts were. So let's keep watching. We'll keep talking about it.
Mr. Courtroom.
You may.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as Stacy's Exhibit 479 VV. Tell me if you recognize 479 VV.
I do.
And how do you recognize 479 VV?
That's a photo of Mr. Javon Fleetwood from his Instagram account.
And is that from his public Instagram account?
It is.
Right. And was that pulled in preparation for this indictment here that we are referencing, 22 SC 183572.
It was.
Right. Your Honor, this time the state would like to tender and admit 478 BV into evidence.
Admitted.
Oh, excuse me, 479 BV.
All right. Admitted.
We'll
Nay.
publish that in a moment. Based on your investigation, do you know if Mr. Huey and Mr. Fleetwood had a friendship?
Yes.
And had you seen any public social media accounts with both Mr. Fleetwood and Mr. Huey in those together?
I believe there were a few posted them together that I reviewed.
Now I want to go to, I think, slide 10. And we're going to now publish 469 BV. 471, 479 BV. That's not it. And is that Mr. Fleetwood?
That is
Okay. And what was his Instagram name?
_TV World.
And I want to zoom into his face. Do you see any tattoos? Do you see any tattoos on Mr. Fleetwood's face?
I do.
And specifically, do you see the tattoo with the star?
I do.
What is the tattoo next to the tattoo with the star?
So down the right side of his face by his temple, you'll see he has YSL tattooed on the right side of his face.
And now I'll go back to the next set of the former State's Exhibit 227 VV2A. Now I want to go to this conversation that starts on February 25th, 2020.
Okay.
Who is Mr. Huey speaking with?
Mr. Williams using his Los Angeles area code phone number.
And looking at this post, generally, what is the context of this text message conversation?
He sends a social media post of somebody else to Mr. Williams and says, "What's up with him? Is he cool?"
Okay. And then what was his next message to Mr. Williams' phone?
He's inquiring if the gentleman is cool. It looks because he says he posted that racial expletive Bloody J.
And are you familiar with that name or individual, Bloody J?
Yes.
And are you aware if he's associated with any gang?
Yes.
What gang is it?
He's associated with the YFN or Atlanta Blood Gang, criminal street gangs.
And do you know Bloody J's given name?
Yes, it's Justin Ushery.
And have you had any investigation involving Mr. Usher?
I have.
And then did Mr. Williams respond to his to Mr. Hugh's inquiry?
He says, "Who is that?" To which Mr. Hugh responds, "Duct Tape Dave."
And are you familiar with the individual by the name of Duct Tape Dave?
Yes.
How are you familiar with that name?
He's a pretty prominent guy within the duct tape criminal street gang.
And then was there a response to that?
It was.
Oh, and what was that?
Mr. Williams says, "He's a buster too," to which Mr. Huey responds, "Slat." And he tells Mr. Williams, "I told him, fuck them, racial expletive. He hit me back laughing and shit."
Okay. Now I want to go to a tweet that begins on March 12th, 2020.
Okay.
Now, what is going on within this group of text messages on March 12th, 2020?
Mr. Williams initiates a conversation with Mr. Huey.
Okay. And what does Mr. Williams say in his initiation?
What y'all got going on?
And then is there a response?
He says, "Them, racial expletive. No, I ain't playing no part in that slime."
And then is there a response from Mr. Williams back to Mr. Huey?
He says, "Take that shit back."
And is there a response from Mr. Huey back to Mr. Williams?
Mr. Huey says, "I ain't getting nothing out of that. I ain't even pulling no gun on nobody. I'm finna tell them though."
And does he make another response?
He said, "I told him I ain't finna do that shit. He went on and did it. I couldn't stop him."
And then does Mr. Williams respond to that?
Mr. Williams says, "If he don't take it back, he's gonna die."
And looking at this text message, without going into detail, were you aware of any police reports around this event of March 12, 2020?
Overruled.
were you aware of any police reports regarding any incidents around this date?
I was.
Now, I want to go to 227 VV2B.
Baby Max can't sit down. He can't.
And looking at 227 VV2B, was there a text message on November 14, 2021?
There was.
Okay. And who sent the message?
Mr. Huey sends the message to Mr. Williams' LA area code phone number.
Okay. And what does the message say?
It says, you know, I'm ready to handle the business and go sit down if I got to about any one of y'all on my mama.
Now I'm going to approach. I'm going to show you what the mark is 428 VV. Tell me if you recognize Stacey Exhibit 428 VV.
I do.
And how do you recognize Stacey Exhibit 428 VV?
This is a photo from Mr. Huey's public Instagram account.
And is that, what was his account name?
__ Quay1.
And were you familiar with that Instagram post for Mr. Huey?
I was.
And were you able to pull that Instagram post in preparation for this case here today?
I was.
This time the state would like to tender that, excuse me, tender 428 VV into evidence.
I'm sorry, 28,
428
Okay.
VV,
Admitted.
and permission to publish.
I actually think that was when they took the producer stuff. No, I don't think that was Nut Shane. That was the
And who
producer.
is depicted in this picture?
That's going to be Mr. Huey standing with Mr. Williams.
And is there a caption?
There is.
What's the caption?
It reads, from lockdown to a jet, slap biz.
And is there a date to that post?
September 4th.
Now, in looking at Mr. Huey's phone, we talked about there being this ongoing beef with YFN since about 2015. And in Mr. Huey's phone, there is information about Mr. Huey going to go handle business and sending those flyers.
Correct.
Between 2019 and 2020, was there any ongoing conflict or continuous ongoing conflict between YFN and YSL?
Yes.
And through your investigation, were you made aware of incidents that occurred between 2019 and 2020 between those two groups?
Yes, several.
How did you learn about those incidents?
In 2019, when I was working at that time, I wasn't yet promoted to the gang task force. So I was assigned to the Atlanta Police Department's gang unit as a probation officer with a gang caseload. So I worked on their investigations with them. And then in 2020, when I was with the GBI gang task force, I worked some of the actual investigations.
Specifically, did you ever work an investigation regarding a May 2019 incident involving YFN leader Mr. Rashawn Bennett?
I was aware of the incident, but I was not an investigator on it.
Did you investigate any shots fired call from May 22nd, 2019 in the Cleveland Avenue area?
Yes.
How were you involved in that investigation?
Can I refer to the timeline?
Yes.
That was an incident where shots fired at the YSL stronghold located at 151 Cleveland Ave.
Are you familiar with 151 Cleveland Avenue?
I am.
How are you familiar with 151 Cleveland Avenue?
That's a known location where YSL members hang out, sell narcotics, congregate.
And have you had your own opportunity to investigate crimes that occurred in that area of 151 Cleveland?
I have.
Now I want to take you to 2020. Did you have the occasion to investigate any specific incidents involving YFN incidents towards YSL members or YSL members towards YFN members?
I did.
In 2020, how many such incidents did you yourself were part of the investigation?
There were numerous incidents that we worked on as a team.
And in 2020, were there a lot of back and forth shootings between those two groups or associates of those two groups?
Yes, almost daily.
In 2020, were there also social media posts of antagonizing between one group, posting on social media, antagonizing the other group?
Yes.
Do you know of an individual by the name of Aquarius Mender?
I do.
How do you know that individual? How are you aware of that individual?
I want to make sure I answer that. Is it okay to answer?
Let me ask you this. Is Mr. Mender associated with YSL?
He is.
Have you seen social media posts of Mr. Mender driving around in YFN territory?
Yes, he would post himself driving around, and he would tag, in case you didn't recognize it from sight, he would tag Summerhill.
And why would that be considered antagonizing for Mr. Mender to be driving around in Summerhill?
Because Mr. Member was also a member of YSL.
In 2020, did you have the occasion to investigate a case involving Mr. Mender and Mr. Diamante Thomas at Greenbrier Mall?
Yes, but I think it was Dontavius.
Excuse me, Dontavius Thomas. Are you aware if Dontavius Thomas is related to Donovan Thomas?
Yes,
How are they related?
I believe his brother.
How were you involved in investigation regarding Mr. Mender and Dontavius Thomas?
At that time, like I said, there was a conflict. The conflict had reignited. So almost daily, every day we had incidents happening. I remember that day we were at work, we got a call about a vehicle that was fired upon while it was driving on the highway, and it had flipped over, had 2 victims inside the vehicle. Myself and Investigator Sorno of the Atlanta Police Department's gang unit began to look deeper into that case and realized that the victims on the case were Dontavius Thomas and Reginald Carter, the brother and cousin of Donovan Thomas.
And you said you began to dig deeper. What else did you do as a part of that investigation?
Once we got into the investigation, we located a suspect vehicle that I knew to be associated with Mr. Mender and his cousin, Wayne Alford.
And what else did you do as a part of the investigation?
We would pull phone records, we got video, we spoke to witnesses, and ultimately were able to charge that case appropriately.
Were there other conflicts that occurred in 2020?
Yes, following that case, I mean, it was, like I said, it was daily. It was constant shootings back and forth between the Summerhill neighborhood of Atlanta and some of the other areas where the YSL associates would hang out. It resulted in murders. It resulted in aggravated assaults. There were numerous incidents.
Now, in 2021, did you learn of the arrest of Rayshawn Bennett?
I did.
And when he was arrested, where was he housed?
At the Fulton County Jail.
And while he was in the Fulton County Jail, did you learn of a stabbing of Mr. Lucci in February of 2022?
I did.
How did you become aware of that incident?
I believe one of the investigators from the Fulton County Jail had mentioned it to me.
And once you learned about the incident, what, if anything, did you do?
Once I learned about the incident, I inquired about who the suspect was, and I found out that it was a Mr. Jaden Myrick.
When you found out it was Jaden Myrick, what did you do at that point?
I was familiar with Mr. Myrick, so I began to listen to his jail phone calls and look at his jail. In the jail, I don't know if they still do, they used to have tablets they could rent, and they could text friends and family members through the system with the tablets. So I began to review his text messages as well.
And you said you were familiar with Mr. Myrick. How were you familiar with him?
His involvement in the case that we had at the office.
And we say the office, talking about the Fulton
Fulton
County
County District Attorney's Office.
And in your understanding of who Mr. Myrick was, did you know if he was associated with any gang?
I knew he was a blood gang member that was associated with YSL.
Now, you said that you started looking at their tablets. Were you able to get the contents of that tablet?
No.
The text messages of the tablet?
Well, when you logged into the system, you can review their text messages. So I was able to review some of the text messages from that relevant time period.
And have you had the opportunity to review some of those text messages in preparation for your testimony today?
I have.
And let me ask you this. When you first learned that Jaden Myrick was the person who stabbed him, did you know if there was a plan to stab Lucci? Did you know anything about what led up to the actual stabbing?
I did not, which is what led me to review his phone calls and text messages because I was trying to see what had happened.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as Exhibit 5 TT. Tell me if you recognize Exhibit 5 TT.
I do.
How do you recognize Exhibit 5 TT?
These are some of Mr. Myrick's text messages from the jail system.
And were these some of the messages that you looked at when you found out or learned of the stabbing of Mr. Rayshawn Bennett?
They are.
And do they appear to be fair and accurate depictions of some of the messages that you reviewed once you started investigating or looking into the stabbing of Mr. Bennett?
Yes, they are.
You're on this time the state would like to admit Exhibit 5 TT into evidence.
All right, we're gonna do a quick pause right here just so we can set the scene up, y'all. So a lot of the people were talking about how the heck did they get a tap on Garlington's phone? When did they get these wiretaps? Was it Gaither? What happened? This right here lays out the timeline of. Okay, I'm gonna write it down. We're gonna go back to it. What day is that? Give me. Is it that's the plea day? All right. We had a lot of speculation, right, that it was Gaither. It was Gaither who did everything. Gaither who did everything. Hearing her testimony yesterday, hearing her testimony that day made me feel like she was the one who got the wiretaps and why she got them. So just pay attention to the conversations and what's going on. And if we need to pause these text messages at any time, just throw it in the chat, y'all, and we'll pause and talk about it. But long story short, Demikion Garlington had something to do, allegedly had something to do with the arrangement that was set to whatever Lucci.
Once you started looking at these messages, what, if anything, did you learn or glean from these messages?
It appeared to me that Mr. Myrick's girlfriend, Ashley Ellison, was acting as a third party for communication with somebody else.
And once you started looking at the tournament, Ellison might be serving as a third party, what did you do at that point?
I began to try and identify the third party and a phone number associated with that party.
And how did you go about doing that?
There were context clues from the text messages. On a text message from February 6th, she says, "Your folks," this message is from your folks, 706, which is an area code that I know. So, okay, maybe that's a clue. Maybe that's the person has a 706 area code. Okay.
And what did the text say?
It does. So Miss Ellison is conveying the message from the 706 area code to Mr. Myrick. And she says, and the person is telling her to tell him, "Tell Lil Bro, I talked to the biggest just now waiting on the news. He thinks we're flexing. I talked to the biggest. He thinks we're playing because the racial expletive in the same house and it ain't handled. I done put the food on the table. Make me proud. My name is on the line on this one. So don't make me look bad."
And what was the date and time of that message?
February 9th, 2020 at 11:32 p.m.
Is it 2020?
I'm sorry, 2022.
Okay. And in reading that, did you have an understanding of what they were even talking about?
A basic understanding, yes.
What was your understanding of it?
That they were waiting for confirmation that the act had happened, saying that we think we're flexing. He thinks we're trying to get one over on them. And they think that they were kidding because I guess they've been housed together for a little while and nothing had happened up until that point. He tells them he put the food on the table, like he gave him the opportunity and make me proud.
And once you saw that message, how did you go about determining if 706 was a phone number or what 706 was?
I reviewed Mr. Myrick's jail calls. You can pull jail calls by the inmate themselves. And I looked at his jail calls to see if there are any phone numbers that he had called with a 706 area code.
And were there any phone numbers he had called with a 706 area code?
Yes, there was one.
Now, once you saw the phone number that he had called, what, if anything, did you do about the phone number?
I requested the records for the phone number. I learned that it was a Verizon phone number. When you have Verizon, they retain what is called text message data. As long as it's not an iPhone, if you have an iPhone, as long as it's not iMessage and it's Android to Android or iPhone to Android, for 7 days, they will retain the contents of those text messages. So I secured a search warrant and requested the call records as well as the text message content for that phone number from Verizon.
And were you able to get that information?
I was.
And once you received the information, what, if anything, did you do?
I tried to, it just comes in as a big spreadsheet. So I went through and sorted and identified the calls. I'm sorry, the texts, and read through them.
And when you said you sorted, how did you go about sorting and identifying the text messages?
To make it comprehensible and able to be read, I color coded the messages from each person so people could kind of track and follow along with what was being said.
And have you had the opportunity to review a copy of a demonstrative showing how you kind of color coded those text messages to help determine what people were talking?
I have.
Showing what's been marked as Exhibit 1 TTB. Do you recognize Exhibit 1 TTB?
I do.
And how do you recognize Exhibit 1 TTB?
This is the color coded version of the spreadsheet that I had made.
And I'm going to show you here, say Exhibit 1 TTC1, 1 TTC2, 1 TTC3, and 1 TTC4. Do those appear to be larger versions of your color-coded copy of your text message?
Yes.
During this time, the state would like to tender and admit first Exhibit 1 TTB and 1 TTC 1 through 4 B as evidence and C 1 through 4 as demonstrative.
All right, those are admitted.
Information to publish.
You may. Yes, you may.
So, first, orient the jurors as to the colors and who we have dark green, who are you highlighting, light green, the pinks, and the reds. So, first, orient the jurors.
So the greens are
And talk loud so that everyone can hear you.
So the Greens are going to be members of, or somebody associated with appears to YSL. So make it easy, associated does that stuff with Green.
Why did you say that it appeared they were associated with YSL?
Based on the context of the conversation that was being discussed, how people will be referred to, things like that. Okay. The red is going to be a conversation with Ashley Ellison, that's Mr. Myrick's girl. So the darker red is the originating member. It's going to be Mr. Myrick. And then the lighter, the pink is going to be Ms. Ellison. And then the yellow was an unknown member that was inserted in the conversation. Still following.
And when you went back and started investigating the case.
All right, so just repeating what she said. The green is going to be any type of what she believes to be YSL content. And then this red and pink is between him and the girlfriend. And then the yellow is just like another outside conversation that she really didn't identify.
What do you call the date of status of her?
February 9th.
So when you went back, why did you start at February 6th?
Because that's what the text messages, that's kind of when they get started. So I want to go back to get, usually my crime happens sometimes, sometimes it's not, but I want to catch the planning phase if there wasn't planning phase.
And did you ever associate any of the other phone numbers? For example, this 404-293-3244. Did you ever at some point identify that phone number?
I did.
And who did you identify that phone number to belong to?
That belonged to the Meek Darlington.
And did the Meek Darlington have anything?
The little league.
And were you familiar with his social media accounts?
I was.
And did he ever go by the social media account Scarface?
He did.
So let's start with on February 6, 2022, is there a text message from the phone associated with the Meek Darlington to that 706 number?
No, it's going to come from the 706 number to Mr. Darlington.
Okay. And thank you for clarifying that for me. The 706 number, let me ask you this. Did you ever identify that individual?
I did.
And who's that?
That's going to be a gentleman that goes by the name Cleet Adams. He's an inmate with the Brooklyn Department of Corrections. He also goes by the name Bobby Hunt. That's the name his moniker was like to go by.
And based on your investigation, was he conducting these text messages while he was incarcerated?
But
Now, looking at the first message, what is the date and time of the first message?
February 6, 2022 at 10:22 a.m.
10:20 or
19:25.
Okay, so that's 7:20 p.m. All right. And what is the text message?
It says, yo,
And is there a response from the phone associated Mr. Garlington to the phone associated Mr. Adams?
yes, Mr. Darlington says, who's this? Who's this? Right.
And is there a response?
He says, Hunt.
Now, you have a red call here. What is that?
That's going to be a text message from Ashley Ellison, Mr. Myrick's girl.
And who is she communicating with?
She's sending a message to Mr. Hunt, the gentleman in prison.
And what did she say?
She said, hey, this is Red. Cedric Ruby, can you talk? He wanted me to call you.
Now, Cedric, do you know who that is?
Mr. Hunt, that's the name he goes by, Cedric.
And have you ever heard the term? This is Red Cedric Ruby. Do you have heard of that term before?
Yeah, Ruby is a slang term or name that's given to a female partner associated with blood gang. They go by Ruby. That's who Ruby.
And at any point did Mr. Adams respond to her?
Yes, a little bit.
Okay. And just to make it easier, when did he respond to her? And what was his response?
When I call you, it might have gone through the jail messages. It's hard to be.
Okay. So then next, on February 6, 2022 at 1951, is there a conversation between Mr. Adams' phone and Mr. Garland's phone?
Yes.
Okay. And just go through that conversation, the next conversation.
So Mr. Darlington says, what did you twin? Mr. Adams, who's been in communication with Mr. Myrick, says, my little man right there with a FUCK, racial expletive. And Mr. Darlington says, oh yeah, where about? Mr. Adams says, you know which I'm talking about, right? The singer. And Mr. Darlington says, who's locked up? And Mr. Adams says, 650. To which I know that to be a nickname for Mr. Bennett. He wears 650 chains. He referred his, he goes by 650 Blue. He has music. He has a Maybach, 650 Maybach. That's her. So Mr. Darlington responds, oh yeah, meet him. And then Mr. Adams says, my little man gonna call back tomorrow. Mr. Darlington says, okay, let me know. Mr. Adams, can't use code language, says, I'm gonna let you know. He's been ready to get autograph for the game. And then Mr. Darlington says, okay, let me know ASAP. To which Mr. Adams responds with.
And when you said using the coded language, what do you mean?
Instead of saying, my buddy's ready to kill him, my buddy's ready to tap him, obviously his contraband phone gets.
Say it.
Right, okay, this was kind of, if the calls were getting accepted, when phones became, it's an attempt to conceal the activity to the person.
So they're not really trying to get an actual signature autograph for the guy?
No, I'm trying to get autograph.
Okay. Now, after that conversation, is there a conversation between Ms. Ellison's phone and Mr. Adams' phone?
Yes.
Okay. When does that conversation begin? And so take a jury through that set of conversation.
It begins on the 7th, and they're talking about trying to put Mr. Myrick in communication with Mr. Adams down in the prison system. They're talking about emailing him, texting him. They're asking about stamps in the Fulton County jail system. You have to purchase stamps, the Fulton stamps, to be able to send and receive text. To you get about 30 cents or a light cent, but a certain amount, it's not free. So she's asking Mr. Adams for money for stamps from Mr. Myrick because they use our last, and she's facilitating Cash App for time, Apple Pay to get the money to him to be able to facilitate stamps being purchased so that he can communicate.
Is that communicating via phone?
It's going to be through the jail.
All right. And then there's a instant call from number that you're unaware of.
Correct.
Then that was not a part of your investigation, investigate this kind of thing.
Yeah, it was just somebody trying to, a third party trying to send them money. Maybe somebody didn't want to use their Cash App locked or whatever happened, so somebody else trying to help out.
And then did they pick up that same conversation trying to get stamps for Mr. Myrick?
Yeah, the unknown number says I sent 15. I'm trying to get in contact with, or Mr. Connolly in jail. They'll send one inmate may have a Cash App account for using the jail, and everybody send money to, and might change. So phone gets saved, Cash App account gets shut down. So Mr. Adams in this text message sends the $15 to somebody per section. And then he tells Ms. Allison, I sent the 15. And she says, I got it, I'm gonna get the stamps now and tell them.
Now, going to February 8th, 2022, is there more conversation between Mr. Adams' phone and the Garland phone?
There it is.
I mean, it's super hard to hear, but she's basically just explaining what we're seeing.
Now showing me what's been admitted as 1CTC2. Is there a conversation between the phone associated with Mr. Garland and the phone associated with Adams?
There is.
Okay. And what is said on February 8th, 2022?
On February 8th, 2022, there's a message that goes out from Mr. Adams to Mr. Garlington where he says, I talked to little bro, he's gonna hit me when the food's done.
And does that mean when the food is actually cooked and finished or something else?
No.
Is this your understanding of coded language as well?
It is.
And is your understanding of coded language, is there to be coded language?
It does.
Now, is there conversation then between Ms. Allison's phone number or Allison's phone number and Adam's phone number?
Yes.
Okay, just tell us your generally the date and time and what's the general context of what's going back and forth between them.
So it starts on February 8th, and you'll see Miss Elton saying, Cedric wanted me to tell you, Chris got locked back up, and he gave the news last night. And he says, I seen it when it happened, that shit's crazy.
Now, in your understanding, do you know what they're referencing?
I do.
And what is it?
They are referencing the incident where Christian Evans shot Officer Dave Rogers and his arrested for that. I believe it was on February 7th, so that means that's it.
Okay.
And he says, see when it happened. And Miss Ellison says, yesterday. And she's saying, and Mr. Myers said, he said, ain't short of rat. And Mr. Adams says, tell him, leave that be him. And Mr. Adams says, focus on the bag. That's all the other shit you worry about. It's nothing but business. Go ahead. Okay, nothing but business. And they start talking about, he says, buddy's up under Rico and them. Tell him to bring home the trophy. I'm gonna secure the bag. I've been online. Racial expletive, got to see it to believe it. And Chris being in there is all the confirmation that's gonna be needed.
So is that also using some coded language as well?
Some.
And what is your understanding of what's happening in this case?
Basically, tell him focus on the task at hand. And that people are gonna get confirmation of it because Eppinger's in there. He's gonna be able to vouch for it and say, no, it's happened. I'm here. It actually happened.
And then does that generally the context that's happening between Allison passing messages to Myrick from Adams in this February 8th conversation?
It is.
All right. Now, going to February 9th, is there any messages between Mr. Adams and Mr. Garland?
He just reaches out to him. To me, it appears that maybe Mr. Garlington may have attempted to call him and he couldn't answer. And he says, yo, 12 is on the floor. 12 being a slang term for police. When you're in the prison system, the guards should come around and do rounds. If that's happening, he wouldn't have been able to answer his phone if the call came in.
And then are there conversations between Allison and Adams, also now on February 9th, 2022?
Yes.
And tell us the general, what's the conversation happening here on February 9th, 2022?
Mr. Adams is engaged in a conversation with Miss Ellison, and he says, yo, and she says, what's up? And he says, tell Lil Bro, I talked to the biggest, just now waiting on the news. They think we're flexing. And she says, okay, I'll text this to him. And then Mr. Adams says, my name's on the line on this one. Don't make me look bad. That's a follow-up. So yeah, my name's on this line. I'm sorry, the text messages, sometimes they come in a little bit out of order. My name is on the line. So on this one, don't make me look bad. He said, I talked to the biggest. He thinks we're playing because the racial expletive is in the same house and it ain't handled. I done put the food on the table. Make me proud.
Now, is this similar to the same text message you saw in the JK system when you were first trying to pull the case? Is that same text message in the JK system?
Yes.
And is that the same text message you read a few months ago?
Yes.
All right. And is there any further conversation between Ellison and Adams and our passing that?
It looks like there was based on the context, there was I think, and there's a phone call that happens where there's a three-way call that's attempting to happen. Isn't great service in most of these prisons. So he wasn't able to hear him.
So they're trying to get the message across about what happened and payment, things like that. And you'll even see he texted this yellow number. He says, nothing, just trying to get confirmation of this thing.
And is that confirmation, is your answer that's a confirmation of the scam?
Correct.
And what day does the scam occur?
May 9th.
May 9th?
I'm sorry, February 9th.
Now, on February 10th, is there some conversation between Allison's phone and Adam's phone?
There is.
Okay, if you can give general context of what is now occurring on February 10th, and is it the day after the Saturday?
Yes.
All right, what is happening on the day after the Saturday?
Mr. Myrick, coupled with phone calls, Mr. Myrick is eager to be paid for what he did for stabbing Mr. Bennett. So Ms. Ellison is texting.
Yeah, I mean, I already instructed you once to not include your commentary and just provide the facts.
Can I lay some foundation? Were you able to listen to the jail phone yourself?
I was.
And were you able to pick up tone and manner and demeanor in the call that you were listening to?
Yes.
And,
All right. And so that would be your lay opinion that he, okay.
and based on that, was that how you determined that he was eager to get paid for what he did to Mr. Bennett?
Correct. That was the purpose of his phone calls, were to seek payment for what he had done.
And were there multiple phone calls when he was paying for what he did?
Yes.
With that, Your Honor, with that.
All right.
Thank you, Your Honor. Okay, looking at February 10th, 2022, just go through what the conversation was on February 10th.
She said, do you need the bros to verify? He said, that's all. Should be no talking on the phone right now anyway.
For you as an investigator, was that significant?
It was.
Why?
Because he was seeking payment and talking about, does it need to be verified to secure payment? And they were talking about not talking on the phone right now because of what had just happened.
It being the stabbing with it.
Correct.
All right. And we say not talking on the phone, that's not talking on the jail phone?
Correct.
Okay. All right. Continue.
He's asking, Ms. Ellison said, Mr. Myrick is asking to get something to eat now. He's hungry. And then he again utilizes an outside person to send like $80 to Mr. Myrick.
And that's generally the conversation here. They're just trying to get this money, get paid.
Correct.
All right. Now skipping down to February 10th, is there now some conversation between Garlington and Adams?
Correct.
All right. Tell us about what's happening between Garlington and Adams on February 10th as well.
Mr. Adams is reaching out to Mr. Garlington regarding what appears to possibly be payment for Mr. Myrick for the stabbing.
And just go through the text.
Okay. Mr. Adams says, get at me. He's at 5. And he says, Mr. Garlington says, okay, when I get off your phone. Mr. Adams says, I'm on your ass. You tried to play me to the left. Then one says, yo. The other says, yo. Mr. Adams says, what you got going? Mr. Garlington says, put him down. And he says, for sure, like, did he put him down? And he says, you for sure, Simon. Yo, twin. And again, Mr. Adams reaches out and says, look, just keep me posted so I can make sure little bro gets something because he's on my top bad. And I told him I was going to get him the back end for his show. Got to pay him a couple racks myself to make sure he's in gang. I recognize when they say Jeezy, typically means good. I ain't looking for nothing for me. I'm just invested in my artist. Smell me. I need me and mines. Looks like gone. Go and get it done. For sure, I slat. I'm out here. Hit me gang. And then Mr. Garlington responds, it's hard to get in touch with him. I just be seeing him when I go up there to the yo. You know, I understand that shit, gang. I'm with you, slat.
Ms. Hilton, you don't have to do it right now, but be kind of thinking about when a good lunch break would be.
This is the last one, so
All
right here.
Sounds good.
All right. And while we wrap this up, we'll go to lunch. So what is this still in February 10th, 2022?
Yes, it's a continuation.
Okay, and just go through the last bit of that conversation between Mr. Garlington and Mr. Adams on February 10th.
Mr. Garlington says, okay. And Mr. Adams says, for sure. I know it's going to take time, bro. Bro is bigger than big. And he got to be hands off with everything. We locked in from county to 4-4 ever. Slime, I'm rocking, and mine's going with me. It's all hands on deck.
And does that text message repeat itself?
It does.
All right. And from your investigation and understanding, when he says, for sure, I know it's going to take time, bro, bigger than big, and got to be hands off with everything. We locked in from county to the other slime. Who did you mention they were talking about, given your investigation and content?
From my investigation and my knowledge, it sounded like somebody in a leadership role with YSL.
Did you know specifically who?
It appeared to be Mr. Williams.
Objection, Your Honor, speculation.
Sustained.
And a motion strike, move to strike.
Can I listen down?
You can try.
Okay. How long have you been working back and forth with the YSL gang?
Since 2019, at least, if not 2017.
And when you were working with these cases, did you ever have any other evidence in which individuals from YSL, from your own investigation, attempted to conceal Mr. Williams' identity?
Yes.
And how have you seen that occur?
With the use of FaceTime to conceal his identity, so text messages or phone calls go undetected.
Have you ever seen in your investigation or listened to jail calls that individual YSL would try not to use his name?
Correct.
Have you ever seen through social media where individuals will try to conceal and say, don't say this name, say a different name?
Right.
And having that knowledge and reading this text message, is that how you determine? Is it your expert opinion that this could be potentially talking about, could be talking about Mr. Williams?
Well, objection to reading is also a misstatement of what was said initially. Her opinion is this.
All right. I'm going to let you clear that up on cross.
I originally said somebody with a leadership role. I can't definitively say Mr. Williams. I said somebody within a leadership role. So that's who is in the highest leadership role. So.
Okay. Let's take our lunch break and let's plan to be back.
All right. So we basically just went through the text messages that were sent between the guy that was in jail and Demekion Garlington, and that guy and his girlfriend. And so that conversation was just really about orchestrating the hit and then maybe talking about the payment afterwards. So that was just something that she came across in her investigation that helped her get to the point that she was at, right? One thing that I'm gonna point out, because B brought it back up, was the fact that this was the Verizon Wireless spreadsheet that we had a lot of arguments on. There were a lot of questions about if the document could truly be authenticated. And then there were conversations around if the messages kind of came through accurately, if anything had been manipulated. And you saw Steele putting up some really, really good arguments about what is real and what isn't, right? We even saw him cross that expert witness that day, saying, if I text you what you're doing, and are you going to receive what you're doing? And she was like, I can't, basically she couldn't confirm it. So, there are questions around the validity of the spreadsheet, but ultimately ultimately what they were trying to do is, again, show that people who may be affiliated with YSL were a part of a conversation or a plot to do something to Lucci while he was in jail. And yesterday, the day before this, we heard Obama get up on the stand, and we heard the call where Chris was actually on the phone. Chris Eppinger, the one who had allegedly popped up the officer. I think we all watched that video when he popped up the officer. He was calling Obama like, what's up? I want it, because it sounded like he wanted to get some money. And then you got Demekion Garlington saying it's going to be verified because Briss is there, Chris is there. So to me, they could argue the lack of organization and people just doing what they want to do, because how do you have the person you're claiming to want? You have one person claiming that they want to do it, and then you got another person claiming that same person is going to be the person to validate that you actually did what was said to be done. And everybody's entitled to feeling how they feel. But this is the tip of the iceberg of when she goes and get that wiretap on the phone, right? I'm getting ready to fast forward it, and we're gonna jump back into the testimony. It's assuming. We're going to jump back into the testimony, but you are going to hear her say she tapped his phone, and then all of a sudden he got a new number. Now, people get new numbers all the time, but the fact that you got Auntie Gaither is laying at home with you could have possibly been a tip to say, get off the phone, switch that phone over. A lot of people got opinions about Demekion Garlington's role, but I'll say this. If he was some type of informant, he was a bad one, because he's still sitting on trial. He's still facing a lot of charges, and he has to have his day in court. So I just wanted to give a little context on how I'm following it. If you followed it differently, just please throw your comments in the chat. But we're gonna keep it moving. I know Brittany actually want to hear Whitaker get on Viverito for saying that the guy who was in jail was eager to collect his payment. So I am gonna rewind it back just so that she can hear that part, and then we'll skip forward to after the lunch break. All right. Let's not forget, most of these young men have food cards. If if that don't tell the world this was not a RICO and just individuals doing crimes to survive, I don't know what does. You know what threw me though, because everybody ain't got nobody got any money, right? Everybody broke. And this man talking about he got to give his artist a couple thousand. Like, boy, what money you got? Where is the money? Okay, I'm gonna rewind it again for Brittany just to hear Whitaker get on Viverito, and then we'll skip past the break.
Mr. Adams is reaching out to Mr. Garlington regarding what appears to possibly be payment for Mr. Myrick for the stabbing. Okay. Mr. Adams says, get at me. So he's at 5. He says, Mr. Garlington says, okay, when I get off your phone. Mr. Adams says, I'm on your ass. You try to play me to the left. Then one says, yo. The other says, yo. Mr. Adams says, what you got going? Mr. Garlington says, put him down. And he says, for sure. Like, did he put him down? And he says, you for sure, Simon. Yo, twin. And again, Mr. Adams reaches out and says, look, just keep me posted so I can make sure little bro gets something because he's on my top bad. And I told him I was going to get him the back end for his show. Got to pay him a couple racks myself to make sure he's in gang. I recognize when I say Jeezy, typically means good. I ain't looking for nothing for me. I'm just invested in my artist. Smell me. I need me in mind. Looks like gone. Gonna get it done for sure. I slat. I'm out here. Hit me gang. And then Mr. Garlington responds, it's hard to get in touch with him. I just be seeing him when I go up there to the yo. You know, I understand that shit, gang. I'm with you, slat.
Ms. Hilton, you don't have to do it right now, but be kind of thinking about when a good lunch break would.
Mr. Adams is reaching out to.
And is it the day after the Saturday?
Yes.
All right. What is happening on the day after the Saturday?
Mr. Myrick, coupled with phone calls, Mr. Myrick is eager to be paid for what he did for stabbing Mr. Bennett. So Ms. Ellison is texting.
Yeah, I mean, I already instructed you once to not include your commentary and just provide the facts.
Can I raise some foundation? Were you able to listen to the jail calls yourself?
I was.
And were you able to pick up tone? The February 9, 2022 stabbing of Mr. Bennett.
All right, you can go ahead, Ms. Hilton.
Thank you, Your Honor. Now, that's the reason when we left off, we talked about the February 9, 2022 stabbing of Mr. Bennett. Just going back to 2019, when you were working with the probation department and you were working with Atlanta Police Department. When you were working with them, what exactly was your roles and responsibilities when you were working with the Atlanta Police Department?
I was assigned full-time to the Atlanta Police Department. I had a caseload of, I would say, high-risk gang members that were assigned to me. And we would monitor and provide investigative assistance to other units when there were cases involving gang members, cases in gang areas, and we'd help out along the way with those cases as they come up.
And when you say you would monitor them, tell us exactly what would you do?
We could all just be sitting in the office and we have the radio going and we may hear an address pop up and say, okay, we have a person shot at this address. One of us might respond out there. We may call that unit and say, hey, what do you guys have? Might pull the reports later on. We could check and see. I'm not sure if you guys have heard Ivan Lee, the ballistics testing, when shell casings match, we might say, okay, let's see if this matches something. And then we'd go dialogue with the investigator and say, hey, take a look at this. This might be a motive. These are your parties, these are your players, and do things like that.
And in your doing that in 2019, we discussed briefly, did you come to find cases in which YFN members or YFN locations were either the targets of some type of crime, or YSL members or YSL locations were the targets of some crime?
Yes.
And I want to direct your attention to certain dates. On May 10th of 2019, did you become aware during that time of an incident that happened at 1600 Pryor Road?
Yes.
And 1600 Pryor Road, is that in any particular territory?
It borders on what would be the Summerhill neighborhood, leading to the Summerhill neighborhood, which is where YFN would be frequenting.
And as a part of knowing about that investigation, did you learn there was a victim in that case?
There was.
Okay, who was the victim?
A gentleman named Milton Howard.
And were you familiar through your investigation with an individual by the name of Milton Howard?
Once I took a look at the case and spoke with the investigators, I learned that.
Sustained.
Without telling me what you learned, or what anyone told you, did you determine if that person was associated with a gang?
Objection, hearsay.
Overruled.
Yes,
What gang was Milton Howard associated with?
YFN.
And was anyone ever arrested for that incident?
Yes.
Who?
Javon Fleetwood.
Is that the same Javon Fleetwood we talked about earlier?
Yes.
Is that the same Javon Fleetwood that had the YSL tattoo on his face?
Yes.
Also in 2019, in that same role that you had, did you become aware or did you receive police reports about an incident that happened on Crew Street?
Yes.
Is Crew Street in any particular gang territory or neighborhood?
It's in the Summerhill neighborhood of Atlanta.
Say that one more time.
It's in the Summerhill neighborhood of Atlanta.
And is that the neighborhood affiliated with YFN?
Yes.
Do you know that location specifically of 1040 Crew Street?
What can you define?
Do you know, is it a store, is it a house, is it a shopping center? Do you know what it is?
I was over 5. I'm not sure exactly what it is.
And were there any victims at the location?
I believe there were.
You want to rephrase?
Yes. Sitting here today, are you familiar specifically with that incident?
Can I look at my notes for refresh my
Do you
recollection?
have notes regarding a timeline of events that occurred in 2019?
I do.
We're looking at your notes, help refresh your memory as to that particular incident.
It would.
Yes. Uh-huh.
Because where them notes come from? Val, the jury need a Vizio because she unlocked so many gang members in her testimony. They don't know who's on which side at this point. Max is very antsy. I agree with that. Yes, yes.
And as soon as we get it, we're looking at that, help refresh your memory.
It would.
All right. Just look at it without saying anything. It'll refresh your memory. Look at it and look at it. When you're finished.
Okay.
Did it help refresh your memory as to whether or not there were any victims at the location?
Yes.
Was YFN Lucci at that location?
I learned through the investigation that he was present. He'd been seen at the location. Yes.
And was that incident on May 22nd, 2019?
It was.
On that same day, did you learn of or did you have the case to investigate a shooting at 151 Cleveland Avenue?
I learned that there was shots fired there. Yes.
Okay. And was that also on May 22nd, 2019?
Yes.
And as we talked about earlier, that's in the Cleveland Avenue area.
Correct.
Again, back in 2019, was there this, again, kind of back and forth of shootings, back and forth between YSL areas and YFN areas?
Correct.
On May 25th, 2019, was there a shooting at 211 Cleveland Avenue?
I believe there was a shots fired call that came up at that location. Yes.
Yeah. And is that in the Cleveland Avenue YSL area?
It is.
Objection.
Okay.
YSL.
Sustained.
Is 211 Cleveland Avenue in an area frequented by YSL members?
It is. It's in that neighborhood. Yes.
In May 27, 2019, was there another shooting at 355 Belgard Place?
There was.
And were there victims a part of that shooting?
I need to refresh real quick. There's several incidents I want to misspeak or confuse them. That's all. Yes.
And were there victims in that shooting?
There were 2 people present. Nobody was struck, I believe.
Now, with the incident that we just referred to, outside of the one that happened on Pryor Road, for the Crew Street and the 2 Cleveland Avenues and the Belgard Place, was there anyone ever apprehended, to your knowledge?
To my knowledge, no.
Now, taking you to June of 2019, did you ever learn of an incident in which the grave of Donovan Thompson was defaced?
Yes.
And was there a police report associated with that defacing?
I believe there was an information report taken.
And what's the difference between an information report and a police report?
I mean, it's a type of police report which information was given, and they wanted the incident documented.
And as a part of this investigation here in this indictment, did you pull any social media accounts from a social media website called the Shade Room?
I did.
Right. And why did you go into the Shade Room and see any type of social media posting?
I think just being on Instagram, I just so happened to see the post come up, and it was relevant to what we had been working with.
And what was the post?
I believe it was a post that came from the account associated with Jeffrey Williams.
And why was it significant to you?
It was directed at Mr. Rayshawn Bennett, YFLG, saying that if I didn't like what you did for your mother and your kids, I would have been killed you.
And did you grab that? Did you do a screen grab of that posting?
I did.
Permission to approach one?
You may.
I'm sure you must have been marked as Exhibit 429 BV. Tell me if you recognize 429 BV.
I do.
And how do you recognize 429 BV?
This is an accurate depiction of what I had screen grabbed.
And does it have any additions or deletions from what you screen grabbed as a part of your investigation?
Does not appear to, no.
You know, this time say we'd like to admit 429 VV into evidence.
Okay.
All right, that's admitted.
Permission to publish.
You may.
And what was the date of the post?
When it was posted on the Shade Room, I believe it was August 19th of 2019. That's the date that they had reposted it, and it's saying 46 minutes ago on the original post, but I can't give you an exact timing of the original post. This is when I saw this.
And you said August 19th. I see a date on there. It's August 18th.
18th, I'm sorry, 2019.
And do you know, to your knowledge at all, if that particular post was ever deleted from the actual account of Thugger Thugger One's account?
I believe it was.
And do you know if this was captured in the Shade Room just prior to it being deleted or before it was deleted off of the Thugger Thugger One account?
I believe right before it was.
And this is posted or around the time of August 2019. Is that towards the end of this back and forth that we just discussed?
Yes.
Now, you talked about in 2020, there was some transition in employment or what you were doing initially in 2019, and then you transitioned to something, a new role in 2020. What was that transition in 2020? What was your new role?
So I had been promoted to criminal investigator, and I was sent to the special operations section, to where typically once you arrive there, you're assigned out to a task force. It could be the ATF, the FBI, the DEA. I went to the GDI gang task force. I then went through a police academy associated with that position. I graduated and then went to, because my whole career had been spent in Atlanta, I was assigned to the Atlanta Police Department, and I worked out of their gang unit.
And what were you able to do now that you weren't able to do in 2019 with those 2019 cases? What were you able to do with the 2020 cases?
I was freed up from supervising an actual caseload, so I was free to, and now that I've been through the academy with them, charge and work criminal cases.
And did you end up then working criminal cases, again, associated with the conflict that was happening between YSL and wiretap?
I did.
I want to direct you to May 4th, 2020. Did you have the occasion to be a part of the investigation of an incident that occurred at 1220 Gun Club Road?
Yes.
How did you get involved in that investigation?
I believe that night we were out on the street working, and we heard the 911 call come up for the incident.
Once you heard the 911 call come up, what was the incident that came up?
There was I think it was described on radio as like a active shootout up and down Gun Club Road happening at that moment.
What did you do once you received the call? Or heard the call over the radio?
I believe we reached out to the aggravated assault unit to find out who the victim suspects were.
And who were the victim suspects? Let me ask you this. Once you learned about who the victim suspects were, what did you do?
I looked at their social media accounts.
Whose social media accounts did you look at?
Mr. Tanquarius Mender.
And had that name come up before? Were you familiar with that name?
I was.
How were you familiar with Aquarius Mender?
I'd worked with him previously in my other roles, and I'd spoken to him before in non-custodial settings, custodial settings. So I had a pretty decent rapport with him at that point.
And we spoke with him earlier. Was he associated with the gang?
Yes, YSL.
And did he have another association with another gang?
He did.
What was that?
The Rolling 60s Neighborhood Crips.
And did Mr. Mender have a nickname?
He had two.
What are his nicknames?
He would either go by Nard or Stunna.
Now, you said you looked at his social media. Did you look at anyone else's social media?
No, just his at that point.
Okay. Once you looked at Mr. Mender's social media, what, if anything, did you do next?
When I spoke with the aggravated assault unit, I let them know about a post I'd seen the day before.
What was the post?
Mr. Mender had been driving around Summerhill, tagging Summerhill, kind of laughing while he's driving around Summerhill.
Is that the post that you talked about earlier this morning?
It was.
Okay. Once you informed the ag assault detective, did you do anything else as relates to this case?
No.
Did you ever look in Marquavius Huey's phone around the time of this investigation?
No.
Was Mr. Bennett the only person associated with this case on Gun Club Road?
At that time, yes.
When you say at that time, what do you mean?
Later on, I had reviewed Mr. Huey's cell phone extraction. I had learned about additional parties that were involved.
What additional parties?
Objection, Your Honor. You're saying.
Sustained.
Let me ask you, when did you look at Huey's phone?
I think right when I got them back, but it was pretty, there's a lot of things. So it took a while to take a real deep dive into the phone. So I had to do bits and pieces.
Did you look at Huey's phone around the same time when you were assisting Sergeant Henderson with his case in October 2020? Or had you looked at Huey's phone prior to that?
No, around October 2020.
So when you were looking through his phone in October 2020, is that when you saw information about some stuff that happened in May of 2020?
Correct.
All right. After looking through Mr. Huey's phone, did you ever look at Mr. Huey's social media accounts?
Yes.
Do you know an individual by the name of Kenneth Copeland?
I do.
How do you know Kenneth Copeland?
I was familiar with Mr. Copeland from when I first started working in Atlanta, when he was part of the 30 Deep Criminal Street Gang. And I'd supervised him throughout the years.
Were you familiar with his social media account?
I was.
In looking at Mr. Menders, Huey, and Mr. Copeland's social media account, did you see any pictures of any of them on each other's social media accounts?
Yes.
When looking at their social media, when did you see them starting to post or have interaction with each other?
April or May, probably of 2020.
As it relates to the incident in May of 2020 at Gun Club Road, was there anyone ever arrested for that incident?
I don't believe so.
And was Menders the victim in that incident?
He was.
Now, taking you to May 24th, 2020, were you aware of any shootings that occurred at 98 William H. Borders Road?
Yes.
That location, is that in any particular gang area?
That's an area that would be frequented by members of YSL.
Taking you to May 25th, 2020, did you investigate or have the occasion to investigate a case that happened at 411 Parkway Drive?
The unit worked on a team on that case, yes.
You said the unit worked as a team.
Yes.
Okay. How many other people were you working with?
Probably maybe 10. The unit as a whole, because there were so many cases, would split up and divide tasks on each case.
Were there any victims associated with that case?
Yes.
Who were the victims?
Reginald Thomas.
I'm going to object to your saying also.
You may.
Okay, so right now she is just pretty much going through all of like the incidents that they are alleging are, in relation to the retaliatory shooting or thumpings, right? And she's working her way up to the Chamel drinks unaliveness. So, I think she's getting ready to go into Darius Ford and Christian Macmillan's unalivened. And how the shells there were matching shell casings or something over on Waters Road, and then I think she goes into the Chamel drinks part. So we'll jump through this. Oh, do they come back pretty quick? Okay. Come on. Yeah, I don't have the little thing. Okay, there we go.
Am I continuing right now? Who was the victim in that case? I'm sorry, and let me go back to the 411 Parkway Drive. I apologize.
That's kind of it. Can I explain it a little bit? It's kind of complicated.
Well, first, tell me who the victims were, and then, okay, because of the other shooting that happened.
Yeah, it's like
Okay.
a twofold.
All right, let me ask you this: 411 Parkway Drive. Are you familiar with that location?
I am.
How are you familiar with 411 Parkway Drive?
That is traditionally Rolling 60 Crip from my experience in Atlanta, Rolling 60 Crip territory in Atlanta. That's somewhere where you find them, especially on a nice day, hanging out in the parks, areas throughout the 4th Ward.
And was there a shooting at that location?
It was.
Was there anyone ever arrested for that incident, for that shooting?
There was.
Who was arrested for that shooting?
The two that I can think of off the top of my head will be Reginald Thomas and Tydricus Glass.
I'm sorry, I just didn't hear first.
Oh, I'm sorry. Reginald Thomas, Tydricus Glass.
And with Mr. Thomas and Mr. Glass, were you familiar with those individuals?
I was.
And were they associated with any gang?
YFN.
And I think I asked earlier about Mender being a part of Rolling 60s Crips.
Correct.
Did Rolling 60s Crips have any association with any gang?
They had an alliance with YSL
And I said association, you said alliance. Why did you give a distinction?
because association would just say like, we're cool, we know each other. Alliance would be like, to me, from my investigative experience, means that they'll work together and they'll partner on things.
Now, I want to take you to May 26, 2020. Was there a shooting at 257 Trinity Street?
There was.
And was there a victim of that incident?
There was.
And who was that?
Marcus Sims.
And were you familiar with that individual?
I was.
How?
He was a friend of Tinquarius Mender.
And to your knowledge, do you know Mr. Sims was a part of any gang?
No, we classify him as an associate. I wouldn't say he's a gang member.
Okay. And associate of what gang?
The Rolling 60 Crips.
Is that because of his relationship with Mr. Alford?
Both Mr. Mender, Mr. Alford.
On June 1st, 2020, was there an incident at 361 Edgewood?
There was.
Are you familiar with that location?
I am.
And how are you familiar with that location?
That's an area frequented by members of YFN.
Was there anyone injured during that shooting?
I don't believe anybody was injured, but I think 2 people were shot at.
I want to take you to June 3rd, 2020. Was there an incident at 600 Martin Street?
There was.
And did you have any part of the investigation of that incident at 600 Martin Street?
I just look quick to make sure we're speaking about the right incident.
Yes.
Yes.
What was your involvement?
That was a case handled by the aggravated assault unit, but based on the location of where it occurred, we assisted with some information on that investigation.
And what was significant about the location where it occurred?
It was the scene of a YFN Logi video shoot.
And 600 Martin Street, where's 600 Martin Street?
In Summerhill.
And were there any victims in that case?
I'm unsure if there was a victim, but I know that there was a vehicle struck by gunfire.
And whose vehicle was struck by gunfire?
Mr. Bennett or Lucci.
I'm going to take you to June 4th, 2020. Was there an incident at 1044 Hank Aaron?
There was.
And where is 1044 Hank Aaron?
In the Summerhill neighborhood of Atlanta. It's an apartment complex.
And was there any apartments or homes shot at or shot up?
There was.
Do you know whose home was shot at or shot up?
It was the home of, for family home of Sabian Cluster, better known as YFN Fat.
And were there any shell cases found in that case?
There were.
And were there any shell cases found at the incident at 600 Martin Street on June 3rd?
There were.
And was that this incident just a day apart?
There were.
Was anyone ever arrested for those 2 incidents?
They were not.
And then I want to take you to June 30th, 2020. Was there an incident at 639 Parkway?
There was.
Okay. And is that in the same or similar location as the incident happened on May 25th, 2020, near 411 Parkway Drive?
I'd say it's like maybe 6 or 7 blocks north of where that happened.
And would you still consider that area the area of the Rolling 60s stronghold?
That was the area in the 4th Ward neighborhood. That was the 600 block is the area that they liked the most.
Okay. And were there any victims for that particular shooting?
Yes, multiple.
Who were some of the victims?
There were multiple members of the Rolling 60s Crips, including Shadari Mitchell, Kenneth Long, Demario Franklin, and Marcus Sims was shot and killed that night.
Is that the same Marcus Sims that we talked about from the May 26, 2020 incident?
It is.
And as a result of that shooting, did you look at any social media?
I did.
Whose social media did you look at?
I believe I was reviewing the account for Tydricus Glass.
And was there anything of any significance that you found while reviewing that particular social media account?
There was a live video that I found interesting, yes.
Why did you find it interesting?
They were drinking and dancing around in like a kitchen or something, singing Drop a Op and We Celebrate.
And how soon after?
The answer to the pronoun they.
Oh, is that what the post said?
I believe that if I remember the video correctly, there should be like maybe 2 people in the scene, and one of the 2 YFN associated individuals, or whoever's in the photo, is singing out of their mouth, "Drop off," and we celebrate while they're like pouring shots, I think it was.
Okay. And throughout the rest of 2020, were there just other shootings that you being a part of the unit found of note to you?
Yes.
Okay. And were some of those shootings in both the YFN associated territory as well as the YSL associated territory?
Yes.
Now, I want to go back to the stabbing of Mr. Bennett in February of 2022. Once you received the text messages and you reviewed them, what, if anything, did you do next as a part of your investigation?
Here you go, right here.
In determining what was going on with the stabbing of Mr. Rayshawn Bennett?
I continued to monitor jail calls for any chatter that was going on within the jail because Mr. Bennett, of course, luckily was not killed, to make sure that nobody else was going to attempt anything or way to harm Mr. Bennett.
And as you continue to review jail calls, did you find any additional jail calls of note to you regarding any stabbing of Mr. Rayshawn Bennett?
I did.
Okay. What was that? What did you find?
I found a phone call made by YSL member Christian Effender.
And what did you do once you learned or heard that call?
As far
like once you listened to the call, what, if anything, did you do?
Oh, again, it was a call where a female was acting as a middleman. So to identify the person that she was reaching out to, I obtained phone records for the female, identified the number that she called at that exact time that the jail call was taking place, and then was able to identify the person being called.
And who was the person being called?
A gentleman named Antonio Sumlin.
And did Antonio Sumlin have a nickname?
Obama.
Once you heard that jail call or learned that jail call, what, if anything, what steps did you take after that?
I then decided to apply for wiretap applications for the phone lines of both Demikion Garlington and Antonio Sumlin.
Why did you make that? Why did you decide to apply for wiretap?
Because we were fearful that until Mr. Bennett was severely harmed or killed, this plot would continue. So we thought that was the best course of action at that time.
And were you able to secure or be able to go and have a wiretap for both Mr. Garlington's phone and Mr. Sumlin's phone?
Yes.
Now, tell the jury, what are the steps that happens once you secure a warrant and you're able to get a wiretap?
I was the case agent on the law enforcement side of things. Then we have like IT people or technical people that they take the paperwork you receive from the judge and they forward it to the phone company. And then usually it takes a couple hours. You have a wire room set up. It's a private, secure location. And I'd say within a couple of hours of submitting the paperwork to the phone company, you'll start receiving data coming in the wire room. You'll start receiving phone calls, text messages, and you'll see sometimes just data, like when you're browsing on your phone or making a video call, you'll see that stuff starts coming in and being registered.
And as far as the wire room, does that have to be maintained 24 hours a day?
It does.
And why is that?
Because you have to you're now responsible for monitoring what's coming in. You can't leave it unmonitored. Somebody has to be there monitoring.
Now, when you are monitoring those calls, are you able to listen to every call, or are there times you have to minimize or stop listening to the calls?
So everybody gets what's called the minimization training. They get informed of the basis of the case. They're passed out copies of the affidavit so they know what's going on, what allowed us to get there. They read through that. We conduct a meeting. Everybody's informed. We talk about what they should listen out for, what's going on. And then they're explained on minimization procedures. So if somebody calls their grandma, for example, and she's talking about what you're going to make for dinner, or what do you want for me to buy you this year for your birthday? You listen for 2 minutes. And if at the 2-minute mark, there's no criminal activity, you mute or you minimize for 1 minute. You give the full minute, you resume, you click back in, and you listen for another 2 minutes. If there's no criminal activity, you mute again. And I'm sorry, saying you minimize. At that time, once you minimize, you cannot go back. The recording stops. And you do that. Now, if there's criminal activity heard that's related to your case, you can listen.
And when you got the warrants, do you remember when you got the initial warrants for both the phone from Mr. Garlington and Mr. Sumlin?
I want to say we went up on the line somewhere around like the first week of March. So it should have been around like the 10th, maybe years, somewhere around there.
As it relates to Mr. Garlington, were you able to initially listen to his calls?
No.
Why not? What happened?
Coincidentally, he had changed his phone number.
Once he had changed his phone number, what, if anything, did you do? Let me ask you, did you try to secure another number for Mr. Garlington?
I did.
How did you go about securing another number for Mr. Garlington?
I reached out to his probation officer to see if to remain in compliance, he may have updated her with his new phone number.
And had he done that?
He had.
And then for Mr. Sumlin's line, were you able to go up on his phone immediately?
Yes.
How long were you on, how long did you have a wiretap on each of those phones?
The initial application was for 30 days. So I know we had 30 days on both. And then I did renewals on both. So we did 60 days. I can't remember if Mr. Garlington went into custody before his 60 days was up or not, but we had authorization for 60 days ultimately on both.
Why did you choose to extend the first 30 days?
Because the criminal activity was still pretty active. There were still crimes being committed, still intelligence being gathered.
Now I want to direct you to March of 2022.
Okay.
With the stabbing of Mr. Bennett inside the Fulton County Jail, did that information ever get released to the public?
It did, but it was delayed.
Okay. And when you say it was delayed, what happened?
I don't believe it hit the news until some court documentation was filed.
And what court documentation was filed?
An emergency motion for bond on Mr. Bennett's behalf.
And do you know when that documentation was filed?
I want to say the first few days of March, I believe.
Permission to approach. I'm going to show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 60T. Would I have a fresh memory as to when that bond or when that motion was filed?
Yes,
Okay. When was that motion filed?
March 1st of 2022.
And after March 1st, 2022, did you start seeing public media posts about the stabbing of Mr. Bennett?
Yes, several news outlets picked it up.
Once several news outlets began to pick it up, did you, as an investigator with the gang unit, have investigated this YFN, YSL conflict? Did anything about that report spark any investigation on your part about anything that you were going to do as it relates to the conflict between YFN and YSL?
Based on my experience with these two groups and the conflicts, we were on heightened alert for any events that or shootings or incidents that may occur.
And by the time the media release occurred, were you already up on the wire, or did that come after the release of the information to the media?
I believe it came after.
Okay. Now I want to direct your attention to March 11, 2022. Did you become aware of a shooting on I-75/85 northbound?
I did.
And did you become aware of who, if anyone, was killed as part of that incident?
I do.
Okay. And who was that?
That would be Christian McMiller and Darius Big Ford.
Listen to this.
And do you know about what time that incident occurred?
I believe it happened around 3:30 a.m.
Y'all, I want y'all to take a good listen to this situation and the amount of other people they add as suspects, because this part right here was crazy.
And have you had any involvement with any investigation as it relates to that case?
I have.
And is that still an open pending case at this juncture?
It is.
After that shooting on March 11, 2022, did you become aware of a shooting at 12 Atlanta?
Yes.
When was that shooting?
I believe that the incident on the highway took place at 3 a.m. Fast forward to about almost just before 10 o'clock. The shooting at 12 Atlanta took place.
10 o'clock a.m. or 10 o'clock
p.m. I think the call for service came in around 9:47.
And where is 12 Atlanta?
In Summerhill.
And are you familiar with that location?
I am.
How are you familiar with that location?
I believe in 2019 and 2020, it was 12 Atlanta itself. The convenience store was the target of drive-by shootings.
And was there anyone injured on March 11, 2022?
Yes.
And who was that?
I believe the gentleman's name is Cortez Houston. He's a YFN associate.
And has there been anyone arrested for that shooting?
Yes.
Who's that?
A gentleman named Stephen Harris.
And are you familiar with that name?
Yes.
How?
He's documented not by me, but another member of the gang unit as a member of YSL.
After that incident on March 12, 2022, did you become aware of a shooting, without saying any name, of a shooting on Cleveland Avenue?
Yes.
Without saying any names, how did you become aware of the shooting on Cleveland Avenue?
I was in the wire room monitoring the calls in the wiretap, and we heard a shootout being described on the wiretap.
After hearing about that shooting on the wiretap, did you ever come to learn of a shooting on March 14, 2022 at I-20 in Windsor?
Yes.
Okay. When did you first learn about that shooting?
I believe somebody from the gang unit that I work with had called and let me know that a shooting had come up in that area.
Okay. And once you learned about that information, what, if anything, did you do?
I spoke with Investigator Flores, who I believe was the on-call gang investigator for that night.
And did you learn of the individual? Was someone killed at that location?
Yes,
Did you learn of the name or identity of that individual?
a gentleman by the name of Shamel Drinks.
Now, when you first heard that name, were you familiar with that individual at all?
I was not.
When you first heard that name, did you know at that time if this murder had anything to do with any gangs?
No.
And you say no, why is that?
Just because I did not recognize him, I didn't know him, so I had no reason to believe at that time it was.
After hearing about the shooting at I-20 Windsor Road, did you look at any social media accounts?
I did the next day,
Why were you looking at social media?
just in conjunction with the wire. We were always monitoring what was going on, just to be abreast of anything we may hear, just so we were aware of what was going on, so we can understand the context of things we were hearing.
And as you were observing social media, did you see anything of note to you as you were perusing social media the next day after the March 14th killing of Mr. Shamel Drinks?
I did.
What if anything did you find?
I saw several posts of a gentleman that matched the photo of what I saw of Shamel Drinks at the crime scene being made.
And when you say it was being made, who was it being made by?
Members of YFN.
And about how many posts did you see when you were just kind of viewing and observing?
There were numerous posts. I don't think I put a number on it.
And when you saw those posts, did you ever capture those posts?
I began capturing them just in case they were needed.
You said you captured just in case they were needed.
Correct.
Okay. I'm going to approach you. Permission to approach your honor. I'm going to show you what's been marked as Station Exhibit 465 BV, 467 BV, and 468 BV. Tell me if you recognize 465, 467, and 468 BV.
I do.
And how do you recognize 465, 467, and 468 BV?
These are three of the several social media posts that I captured following the death of Mr. Drinks.
And are those three just some of the examples of what you were seeing being posted on the day after Mr. Drinks passed away?
Yes.
And do those appear to be fair and accurate depictions of the social media accounts that you observed and that you screenshotted back in March of 2022?
Yes.
You're on this time to say what I admit 465, 467, and 468 BV into evidence. Permission to publish.
Here we go.
Now showing you what's been admitted at 465 BV, is that Mr. Drinks?
It is.
And who is the person posting this picture?
That is a gentleman that goes by the name Kelvin Watts or Shell Kel.
And were you familiar with Shell Kel?
Yes.
Okay. And how were you familiar with Shell Kel?
From past investigations involving both of these groups.
Now I'm going to show you 467 BV. Who is the person? Is that also Mr. Drinks?
It is.
And who is posting that? Who made the post?
It's made by 44 Stevo, which I know to be Steven Johnson.
Okay. And I apologize. Going back to 465. What was Shell Kel's Instagram handle?
It's Shell Kel _ Nutlife.
All right. Now back to 467 BV. 44 Stevo, what's his given name?
Steven Johnson.
All right. And was he associated with YFN?
Yes.
All right. And next is 468 BV. Who made the post?
The username is going to be YFN Fat 14. That's going to be Sabian Cluster.
And is that the Sabian cluster that we talked about a few moments ago with the back and forth shooting?
It is.
All right. And what was that? What did that post say?
I don't feel right putting that behind your name nut with the broken heart.
Okay. Once you started seeing these posts and examples of these posts, what, if anything, did you do? Did you assist at all with this investigation at that time on March 15th?
I didn't, because when you're the affiant of a wire, it's a lot of things you have to do. You have to manage schedules and people in the room and review all the calls. So I was kind of sidetracked. So I was capturing these, working in the wire room, and then I went home to get some sleep.
Now I'm going to take you to March 16th, 2022. Did you have the occasion to respond to a shooting at 2830 Waters Road?
I did.
And how did you get involved with responding to the shooting at 2830 Waters Road?
One of my partners, either Investigator Dabney or Investigator Flores, called and let me know that there was a shooting at the location.
And when you're, and let me ask you this, back in 2022, where were you working?
The Fulton County District Attorney's Office.
And was that a common practice that members of the APD gang unit would reach out to you if there was a shooting that they were responding to?
If it was gang related and something that we had been working on, absolutely. I talk to them daily.
And did you respond to that location?
I did.
Sitting here today, do you recall what time you responded to that location?
I want to say I made it out there probably around 2 a.m. I believe.
You said about 2 a.m.?
Around 2 a.m. I believe.
Court's indulgence. Once you got to the house, what, if anything, did you do?
I met with my partner, Investigator Flores, and I spoke with the officers on scene, and they said they had several victims that were separated amongst different cars on scene while they were still sorting out what was going on. And I got the names of the people that were present.
Okay. And were you familiar with any of the individuals who were present?
Yes.
Okay. Who did you know?
I knew Mr. Garlington, of course, because he was one of my wiretap targets that we had running. And I knew Mr. Shannon Stillwell. I know Mr. Stillwell, I think, go by Jackson also.
Okay. And how long have you known Mr. Garland?
Probably say since 2014, if not longer.
Right. And how long had you known Mr. Jackson?
2013 or 2012.
All right. When you went out there, did you speak with Mr. Garlington or Mr. Jackson?
I spoke with both.
And were either of them able to provide you any information about what had occurred at their home at the home that night?
Yeah, I'm going to Jackson.
All right, y'all, we getting into the meat and potatoes of some of the things. So let me ask this question, because I know we were talking about if when she's, testifying as a fact witness and when she's testifying as an expert witness, lay people of the jury, can you tell the difference? Yes or no? What does it sound like to you? Because ultimately,
did you see Mr. Jackson still in anything?
I did.
Okay. And was he able to provide you any information regarding the shooting that had occurred that night?
Not anything of substance, really.
Was he able to give you any description of what happened that night?
If I remember correctly, he just said, I think when he arrived at the location, people just started shooting, but he didn't know what had happened or why.
And while you met with him, when you got to see, were there cars in the driveway?
Yes.
And was he able to identify a car that he was driving?
Yes.
Okay. And what kind of car was it?
He said a white Audi.
And did he point out that Audi to you?
I don't know if he pointed it out. I think he may have said like that one over there. And I looked and there was one closest to the street. And there were cars parked in the yard on the right side of the house. And there was a white Audi that was like an Audi sedan closest to the street. There was an Audi SUV and an Audi sedan, and it was a sedan that was parked closer to the street.
And did you ever take pictures of that Audi? When you were Investigator Flores, take pictures of that Audi?
One of us did, yes.
And did you take pictures of Mr. Garlington?
Yes.
And what about Mr. Stillwell?
One of us did, yes.
Were you familiar with the individual by the name of Miles Farley?
I had seen him, but I never interacted with him before.
Had you seen social media accounts for him?
Yeah, social media accounts, music videos. I'd seen him around with the guys.
Was he present on that morning of March 16, 2022?
He was.
And did you take pictures of him?
One of us, I think Investigator Flores may have.
Now, when you met with or spoke to Mr. Jackson, were they victims of the shooting?
Yes.
At that time, when you met or spoke with Mr. Jackson, Mr. Garlington, did you have any knowledge of who the suspects were in the March 14th murder?
No.
Had you on March 16th talked to Investigator Hogan about his homicide?
No.
Excuse me, was Investigator Hogan the lead detective on the homicide?
Yes.
Chanel drinks. When you spoke with Mr. Garlington and Mr. Jackson on March 16th, had you seen any surveillance video from the homicide on March 14, 2022?
No.
When you met with or spoke with Mr. Jackson, did you have any knowledge of a suspect vehicle as related to that March 14, 2022 homicide?
No, other than the victim, I had no knowledge of the circumstances or anything with the investigation.
Did you eventually leave the location at 2830 Waters Road?
I did.
You said this was about 2 o'clock in the morning.
Somewhere around there.
Did you at some point in time go to Atlanta Police Department on March 16, 2022?
Yes.
What was your purpose of going to the Atlanta Police Department?
I had to return to check on the wire. I got a few hours of sleep, a couple hours of sleep, but I could. And I returned to check on the wire room and also stopped by to see Detective Kevin Leonpacker. Stop by his office, talk to him for a minute.
And would you work with Detective Leonpacker with your investigation?
All the time.
And just as a sign of what types of things would you ask Detective Leon Parker to do with your cases that you were working on?
I would bounce investigative ideas off him sometimes with cases that I had, but also most importantly, if throughout my investigations I would obtain cell phones through search warrants and things like that, or in evidence, I would bring them to him with a search warrant for him to conduct a forensic extraction of the phones for me.
Now, going back to March 16, did you make it to the APD?
Yes.
Okay. When you got there, did you make it to Kevin Leon Parker's desk where he sits?
Yes.
Are there any investigators that sit close to him in the office?
Yes.
Is Detective Hogan one of those investigators?
It's Detective Leon Packer, empty cubicle, Detective Hogan.
Once you went to go speak with Detective Leon Parker on March 16, 2022, did you see Detective Hogan?
I did. On my way to his desk, I passed Hogan.
And what happened once you passed him? What happened?
When I walked past Hogan's desk, I said, "Hey, Hogan." I said, "Your victim," I said, "being posted by some of the YSL guys. Just checking to see what you got. What do you got? Like, what's going on?" And then he said, "Well, I got some surveillance video and some people, but I don't know much else."
He said he didn't have much else.
Yeah, he just.
At that point in time, did he show you the surveillance video?
Yeah, I said, "Well, show me what you got. Let me see what you got." And he's pulled. I talked to Kevin for a second. Said, "Come on over," and I looked at the video that he had.
And what video did you look at?
It was video from a gas station that I recognized to be at Fulton and Windsor.
Okay. And what did you see on the surveillance video?
He showed me some individuals that he had identified as his suspects.
Okay. And when you saw the video, what, if anything, did you do?
I immediately recognized Mr. Stillwell from my interaction with him the night before because he was wearing the same clothes, and I recognized Mr. Farley on the video.
Okay. And you said the night before, were you at the office on March 16th as well?
Sorry, it was the same day. It was 2 a.m., sleep for a few hours, went to the office and met with them. So it was the same day.
And when you watched the surveillance video, was this surveillance video from March 14, 2022?
Yes.
And you had but earlier that morning had seen Mr. Jackson or Stillwell Jackson in the same clothes that you saw him in on the video.
Correct.
And then you said you also recognized Miles Farley on the video.
Correct.
Once you recognized both Mr. Farley and Mr. Stillwell, what, if anything, did you do?
There was a third individual in the video that I knew to associate with him, but I didn't know his name. So I told Investigator Hogan he may want to get with somebody else to get a name on that person. And then he showed me the vehicle associated with his case.
And did he show you the vehicle from the surveillance video or something else?
I believe it was a surveillance video.
And what, if anything, did you do when you saw the vehicle, his suspect vehicle?
I recognized it as the white Audi with the Maryland tags from the home at Waters Road that I'd seen hours prior.
Now, you said that you did not recognize the third individual in the surveillance video, and you directed Hogan to speak with someone else. Did you direct him to speak with anyone specifically?
Well, I recognized him by face. There's a name. I didn't have a name. So I think Investigator Belknap was either in the homicide office or he was upstairs, and I called either him to come to the desk or come downstairs to help Hogan.
And let me ask you this. I want to go back to March 16, 2022. When you spoke with Mr. Jackson about what happened that night, how did the conversation come up about what vehicle was his? Do you recall?
I believe that was prompted by when he said, I just got here and they started shooting, or something like that. I just got here and they started shooting, or I pulled up and they started shooting. So I said, what vehicle were you in? I think that's what prompted that question.
And when you spoke with Mr. Jackson on March 16th, did he ever speak with you about where he was in the days prior to you seeing him on Waters Road?
No.
While you were speaking with Mr. Jackson, did you ever speak with him about the homicide that had occurred on March 15th at I-20 on Windsor Road?
No.
Now, going back to later in the day when you were at APD, at any point after speaking with Hogan, did you take any steps to continue assisting him in his investigation?
I went upstairs and reviewed the wiretap data for that time.
And when you say that time, what time are you referencing?
The time that would encompass his homicide taking place.
All right, let's pause for just quick second just to kind of clear up a couple of things. So what her recollection of events is that she arrived when they basically got Shannon, and when she says she recognized them, she's talking about I want to say she's talking about Shannon, and she said that she didn't I thought she said she didn't recognize Miles because she had never had interaction with him. So, and we can back it up a little bit, but I want to say she said that she didn't recognize Miles, but she recognized Shannon. Obviously, he must have been she must have been his parole officer because she said she's known him since 2012, which would align with her career path. A lot of people, I know y'all saying that she's lying about such and such, but we're gonna back it up a little bit just to kind of go back over who she who she recognized and who she didn't. So just maybe 2 minutes.
Yes.
And you had not just, but earlier that morning had seen Mr. Jackson, Stillwell Jackson, in the same clothes that you saw him in on the video.
Correct.
And then you said you also recognized Miles Farley on the video.
Correct.
Once you recognized both Mr. Farley and Mr. Stillwell, what, if anything, did you do?
There was a third individual in the video that I knew to associate with him, but I didn't know his name. So I told Investigator Hogan he may want to get with somebody else to get a name on that person. And then he showed me the vehicle associated with his case.
And did he show you the vehicle from the surveillance video or something else?
I believe it was a surveillance video.
And what, if anything, did you do when you saw the vehicle, his suspect vehicle?
I recognized it as the white Audi with Maryland tags from the home at Waters Road that I'd seen hours prior.
All right. I'm glad we got that
Now,
clear.
you said that you did not recognize the third individual in the surveillance video, and you directed Hogan to speak with someone else. Did you direct him to speak with anyone specifically?
Well, I recognized him by face. Just a name. I didn't have a name. So I think Investigator Belknap was either in the homicide office or he was upstairs, and I called either him to come to the desk or come downstairs to help Hogan.
And let me ask you this. I want to go back to March 16, 2022. When you spoke with Mr. Jackson about what happened that night, how did the conversation come up about what vehicle was his? Do you recall?
I believe that was prompted by when he said, I just got here and they started shooting, or something like that. I just got here and they started shooting, or I pulled up and they started shooting. So I said, what vehicle were you in? I think that's what prompted that question.
And when you spoke with Mr. Jackson on March 16th, did he ever speak with you about where he was in the days prior to you seeing him on Waters Road?
No.
While you were speaking with Mr. Jackson, did you ever speak with him about the homicide that had occurred on March 15th at I-20 on Windsor Road?
No.
Now, going back to later in the day when you were at APD, at any point after speaking with Hogan, did you take any steps to continue assisting him in his investigation?
I went upstairs and reviewed the wiretap data for that time.
And when you say that time, what time are you referencing?
The time that would encompass his homicide taking place.
And did you find any calls around the time of when the homicide took place?
I did.
And we'll come back to that. Once you went upstairs and reviewed and went to the wiretap room and kind of reviewed those calls, what, if anything, did you do next?
I think I just continued to let him know that I was available if he needed anything from our end, but.
Did you ever come to take out a search warrant for the home at 2830 Waters Road?
Oh, yes. When I was reviewing the calls, now that would be reviewing the calls for the night before, when I responded out at 2 a.m., I began to review those calls from that incident and learned some information that led me to obtain a Fulton County search warrant for the location at Waters Road.
And so let me understand clearly, you heard some information on the wiretap.
Correct.
And was that information on the wiretap from March 16th?
Correct. The time that we responded out there and I encountered Mr. Garlington, Mr. Stillwell.
And based upon what you heard on the wiretap, you then went and applied for a search warrant at Waters Road.
Correct.
Now, let me ask you this. When you got on the scene at Waters Road, did you go inside of the house on March 16th?
I may have peeked inside the house. I can't remember. I don't think I did we didn't search it or anything.
And was there any reason why you did not search the home on March 16th when you responded?
They were victims at that time. I didn't have probable cause in my eyes to obtain a search warrant for location.
All right. Now, were you able to obtain the search warrant to search the home on March 17, 2022?
Yes.
And did you all search the home on March 17, 2022?
Yes.
And did you have assistance from the Atlanta Police Department to execute that search warrant on March 17, 2022?
The gang unit in conjunction with the SWAT team, Detective Leon Packer came out to help. There's a bunch of people helping out.
You're on permission to approach.
And next caller right behind her sharply. Right behind her. Man, what you talking about? What you doing? Next, say what you doing.
We all think this would be a good time for a bathroom break. So let's take a restroom break. We'll be back in a few.
She peeked, yeah. They got to search. The house was shot. They went there. They were the victims. He said what car he was in, and she peeked, but she didn't go. And then they went and got a search warrant for them. Which is hilarious. It is imperative that all prosecution witnesses lie. It got to be in the speech that they give you when they do their prep. It got to be in the speech. Get up here, don't tell the truth. Answer my question the way I just told you to answer it, and don't play. Don't play no games.
on March 16th, 2022, around 12 a.m.?
All right, a little bit. All right, y'all look at Yak. Brittany. Yeah, can tell her mama chill. Mama chill. Period. We should be starting up again here soon.
No problem.
So I think we left off that you went to Waters Road and you went to the first day.
Correct.
When you got to Waters Road on March 17th, 2022, did it look the same way that it looked when you were there on March 16th, 2022, around 12 a.m.?
You're talking about,
You were at the house on March 16th, 2022.
yes,
When you went on March 17th, 2022, did the house look the same on March 17th as it did on March 16th?
I'm going to overrule that. I mean, go ahead. You can.
are you talking about before or after entry was made?
After entry was made.
It's not a particularly clear question. That may be the problem.
On March 16th, when you went to the house, did it have TVs and video surveillance systems inside? Did
Are you talking about the interior?
Yes, when you went on March 16th, did you see video surveillance inside of the house? On March 16th, when you responded and spoke to Mr. Jackson.
I watched body camera and I was able to see through the.
Okay.
Hang on.
When you saw the house, did you go inside the house?
But if with the front door open, you could see from the front yard there was a large monitor with feeds running.
Okay, so
Did you personally observe?
Yes, Your Honor.
So let me go back. When you got to the house on March 16th, were you able to see inside of the home?
Yes, from the front, the door was open. Yes, I could see into the house.
And when you saw inside of the house, were you able to see television and video surveillance systems?
Yes.
Okay. When you went on March 17th, 2022, and after the search warrant, y'all made entry into the home, was that same surveillance camera system still at the house? Was it still there?
It had been removed.
When you got there on March 17th, 2022, were all of the cars that were present on March 16th, 2022 at the location?
No, I believe 3 were left at the location.
And on March 17th, 2022, did Detective Liam Packer video the search warrant and the contents that were recovered from the search warrant?
Yes, to assist me, he helped with videoing it.
And were you present during the execution of that search warrant?
I was.
All right. Now, as a part of your investigation, and let me ask you, did you, between March 11th and March 17th, were you still observing and monitoring social media during this period of time?
I was.
And was that in conjunction with also listening to the wiretap?
Yes.
And why were you still observing and monitoring social media?
Because when you're in the midst of an investigation, you never know towards the end what may be relevant at a later time. So I was making sure to get the full picture of everything, better to have and not need, the need and not have. So I like to kind of make sure everything is together, because like you might get to the end of an investigation, something that seems so small is huge. So I was making sure to capture as much as I could.
And when you were going on social media, were you going on individual public accounts?
Yes.
Right. And during the course, I want to start with just initially, were you able to find social media posts of Shell Kell, his account?
Yes.
Okay. And did he have pictures of himself with Rayshawn Bennett or YSL Lucci?
Yes.
Okay. And on his account, did he also have pictures of himself with Donovan Thomas Jr.?
Yes.
Permission to approach, Ron?
You may.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as Exhibit 440 BB and 454 BB. Tell me if you recognize 440 BV and 454 BV.
I do.
How do you recognize 440 BV and 454 BV?
These are some of the posts that I collected during March 2022.
And is that a fair, accurate depiction of posts made by Shell Kell _Nutlife?
Yes.
Your Honor, this time the state would like to admit 440 BV and 454 BV as evidence.
Admitted.
Permission to publish.
Yeah.
Shout out to the 300 people watching from Twitter.
And looking at 440 BV, there's a post date of December 1st, 2018. Do you see that?
Yes.
Okay. When did you capture the image?
Should have been sometime in March.
And who is depicted in the picture?
That is Kelvin Watts in the white t-shirt, and this is Rayshon Bennett, who's shirtless.
And sitting here, do you know the area where this picture is taken?
That appears to be the Trestle Tree Apartments.
And are you familiar with Trestle Tree Apartments?
I am.
And how are you familiar with Trestle Tree?
That's an area favored by the YFN Criminal Street Gang.
Okay. Now looking at 454 BB. And looking at 454 VV, did you also capture this in March of 2022?
Yes.
Okay. And who is in this picture?
That's Kelvin Watts in the camouflage jacket, and that's going to be Donovan Thomas with the varsity jacket on.
All right. And again, is this on Shell Kell's Instagram page?
Yes, this was on his story.
In the same way, did you also have the occasion to capture pictures with Darius Bigford as well as Christian McMain Miller with individuals associated with YSL?
Yes.
And did you capture those pictures as well?
I did.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as 441 BB, 442 BB, 443 BB, and 451 BB. Take a moment, tell me if you recognize those images.
Yes, I do.
How do you recognize them?
These are also photos that I captured during March of 2022.
And do those appear to be fair and accurate depictions of images that you captured while observing those public Instagram posts?
Yes.
You're on this time to say like them at 441 BV, 442 VV, 443 BV, and 451 BV into evidence.
441 through 443, and then 451 BB.
Yes, Your Honor.
Those are admitted.
Thank you. And permission to publish.
Okay.
Now, looking at 441 VV, what Instagram post, what Instagram handle is this?
The username is going to be real1_FR.
And do you know who that Instagram account is associated with?
That account is going to belong to Darius Ford.
And when was this originally posted?
October 13th of 2021.
And again, did you screen grab this though in March of 2022?
I did.
Right. And do you recognize anyone inside the picture?
The gentleman with the orange hat is going to be Darius Ford. And then the gentleman next to him in the white shirt is going to be Jeffrey Williams.
All right. Next, going to 442 VV. Is that posted again from Mr. Ford's account?
It is.
And what is the date of this Instagram post?
February 17th of 2021.
And again, is that Mr. Williams depicted in this photo with Mr. Ford?
Yes.
All right. Looking at 443 BB. Are you familiar with this Instagram handle?
I am.
And what is the Instagram handle?
It's would normally say Ocean Drive Slim, but the C has been replaced with a 5.
And when is the original date of this post?
March 29th, 2019.
And are you familiar with the individual depicted in the post?
I am.
And who's depicted in the post?
Christian McMiller in the green hoodie, Jeffrey Williams in the yellow, and 21 Savage or Mr. Shaya Joseph is in the white hoodie.
Okay. And are there any just emojis on this photo?
There's a green snake and a dagger emoji in the caption, and it says 4L.
All right. Next, looking at 451 VV. And is this also another post by the account belonging to Mr. McMiller?
Yes.
And do you recognize any of the individuals inside of the picture?
I see Mr. McMiller in the blue hat with the orange hoodie. Looking at the back of Mr. Garlington with the blue hat with the white writing. I see Mr. Quantavious Greer. He also goes by Umfunk. And then I see Mr. Sumlin standing up with the white tank top with the white hoodie.
Now, while you are looking at social media, after the death of Mr. McMillan, Mr. Ford, did you see any social media accounts with anyone associated with YSL regarding the death of Mr. McMillan, Mr. Ford?
Yes, multiple accounts.
And did you screen grab those in the same way?
I did.
Permission to approach again, Your Honor?
Nay.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as 447 through 450 BB, then 452 to 453 BB, and then 463 BB. Take a moment and look.
Okay,
And do you recognize those images?
I do.
And how do you recognize them?
They are additional social media images I pulled during March of 2022.
And do those appear to be fair and accurate depictions of images that you captured back in March of 2022?
They do.
Your Honor, this time the state would like to admit 447 to 450 VV, 452 through 453 VV, and then 463 VV as evidence.
For 47 to 50, say it again for me.
Sure.
I was writing, but I think I got it wrong.
447 VV through 450 VV,
Yeah.
then 452 VV
Okay.
through 453 VV, and then last is going to be 463 VV.
All right, thank you.
Thank
I
you.
did get it wrong, so those are admitted.
And permission.
You may.
Now, showing you what's been marked as 447 VV, is this, whose Instagram post is this, excuse me?
That's going to be the account associated with Mr. Garlington.
And the picture in the account, does that appear to look similar to the location of where the picture that we just looked at was, the date, given the clothing, what Mr. McMiller is wearing?
It appears so.
And going to the next, 448 VV. Looking at 448 VV, are you familiar with the Instagram handle Bentley BZ4L?
I am.
How are you familiar with that Instagram handle?
That's the Instagram account associated with Christian Eppinger.
And again, is this another post of Christian Eppinger, or a post of Christian Eppinger posting both? Is that Mr. McMillan and Mr. Ford in that picture?
Correct.
All right. Going to 449 VV. Are you familiar with the Instagram handle OOG_Tunk?
I am.
How are you familiar with that Instagram handle?
That's a social media account associated with a gentleman named Antonio Sledge.
And what is depicted on the post that he posted?
Again, that will be Christian McMillan and Darius Ford.
Going to go to 450 VV.
Girl, we get
Is
it.
this another picture, or excuse me, another image by Mr. Garlington?
It is.
All right. Next 452 VV. Are you familiar with the Instagram account OG.BOOL_?
Yes.
How are you familiar with that Instagram account?
That's the social media account associated with Shannon Stillwell.
And is this a post that was posted on that account?
It was.
And what does it say?
Just rest, Mac. I got you, man.
And are there emojis?
There are.
What are the emojis?
A crying face, a broken heart, a bandaged heart, and the devil emoji.
Next, going to 453 VV.
Good.
That is
God.
a post of Mr. Stillwell with Mr. Ford.
And is there an emoji on that post as well?
Yes, the bandaged heart and the sad crying emoji.
All right. And the last 463 VV.
That's again a post from Mr. Stillwell's account.
And while we're getting that one to publish, and during this time, were you again listening to the wiretap in this kind of around March 11th of 2023? Excuse me, 2022.
I'm probably doing about 12 to 16 hours a day in the white room.
And in preparation for trial, have you had opportunity to listen to some of those calls?
I have.
And now we have 463 VV. Is this a post from the account belonging to Mr. Jackson?
Yes.
Okay. And what does the post say?
I can hear Mac now still playing Goddamn Big. We let them suckers get us shit. Where the fuck? Boo at. I'm sorry. That's what TF means. In case y'all didn't know. Boo at. And then it says, damn Mac, I miss you. I miss your ass preaching when I be on the bullshit. And boo would be a reference to Quentin Porter.
Now, going to some of the wiretaps that were, I'm going to direct you to March 11th, 2022 at 10:05 p.m. And is this with the wiretap? What was the phone number? Do you recall now the phone number associated with Mr. Robinson? For the last 4 digits?
I can't. I know Mr. Sumlin's ended in, I think, 8711. And I just knew the other one was Mr. Garlington.
I'm going to direct your attention to March 11th, 2022 at 10:05 p.m. from 27 seconds to 3 minutes and 30 seconds.
Here we go. Listen up, y'all.
Let me ask you this. Hold on, excuse me. After Mr. McMillan and Mr. Ford were killed, were there Instagram posts disrespecting both Mr. McMillan and Mr. Ford?
There were several.
And did you capture those surveillance, those Instagram posts that were being posted?
Yes.
And why did you capture those?
Just because of how inflammatory they were. I knew that they were going to be important because they were very, very disrespectful and inflammatory.
And have you had the opportunity to look at some of those posts prior to your testimony today?
I have.
And with social media, if posts are inflammatory, in your experience as a gang investigator, does that flame any potential beef or anything that may occur?
Absolutely.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as 456 VV, 457 VV, and 462 VV. Do you recognize those pictures?
I do.
How do you recognize them?
2 are going to be from like fake accounts that were made to troll people in the wake of their death, and 1 is from an individual that I know from working in Atlanta.
And do those appear to be fair and accurate depictions of images that you grabbed again in March of 2022?
Yes.
Your Honor, this time the state would like to admit 456 VV, 457 VV, and 462 VV is happening.
Admitted.
And permission to publish. Now, looking at this exhibit, is this one of the fake Instagram accounts that you were referencing?
That's one of the ones that we couldn't identify who it belonged to, but was very, very vocal about the disrespect.
And what does the post say?
New op back just came in.
And in your experience as a gang investor, have you heard the term op?
I have.
Okay. And what is your understanding of op?
It's short for opposition or rival.
And do you know, sitting here today, what day you screenshotted this particular post?
It would have been in the days immediately after the death of Mr. McMillan, and Mr. Ford.
And we're looking at a document with the screen grabs, help refresh your memory as to the dates of when you captured this post.
It would.
Mm-hmm. And do you have a copy of this document here to help refresh your memory?
I do.
All right. If you would take that up, look at it as soon as your memory's refreshed, just look up and let me know.
That would be March 11th around 11:30 p.m.
And about what time did Mr. McMillan and Mr. Ford pass away?
It was maybe several hours prior to that. So they got killed at 3 a.m. on March 11th, go through the day, and then that night at 11:30 p.m. this got posted.
We'll go to the next post. Now, looking at the 457 BB, are you familiar with the Instagram handle 1ABG_Big Nick_?
Yes.
How are you familiar with that Instagram handle?
I'm familiar with this individual. His name is Nicholas Johnson.
And does he have a nickname?
Usually it's Fat Nick or Big Nick, depending on what he changes his handle to. But he's a YSL member.
And why was this? What, if any, significance did this post have?
This was also posted several hours after Mr. Ford and Mr. McMillan had been killed, and he posted a song on top of him, just moving around, saying, and the song was entitled "Slime and Chalk," which is referring to, like typically in the old crime scenes where they'd outline the body in chalk. So this was inflammatory in that nature. He's posting this kind of, just making sure everybody saw it.
And when was this? When did you capture this post?
The capture time reads 3 hours ago. So if I can refer to the sheet, just to get the posting time.
Yes.
It was posted at 11:20 p.m. that day, following the murder. So it means that it was posted, or it was captured. It was captured at 11:20 p.m., which means 8:20 p.m. it was posted.
Go to the next exhibit. And while that's pulling up, have you ever heard of the term smoking an op pack?
I have.
Okay. What is your understanding when you've heard that terminology?
An op pack is a play on words, like when you talk about a pack of loud or like marijuana or drugs. So now when they come in and they'll say we're smoking on this person that's dead. It's just another way of disrespecting the opposition when they get killed. So saying a new op pack just came in, they're smoking on these people. It's very, very common amongst gang language, especially when there's a murder that takes place.
Mm.
And now looking at 462 VB.
All right, quick question. Is that y'all understanding of smoking on the iPad? I mean, I do believe that it is disrespect, but my true understanding is that you are taking ownership of the death of the person, and that's why you're saying smoking on an op pack. It's not just disrespect. There's a claim to that body. All right. That's my understanding of smoking on the op pack, but drop your understanding in the chat.
Joey _ hers 24, was that an actual page or was that a trolling page?
That was a page that was trolling pretty.
Sustained.
Okay. Were you familiar with that page?
I was not.
Okay. Were you familiar with anyone being associated with that page?
I was not.
Sitting here, do you recall what the picture that's in the caption, what that said?
With the picture itself?
No, not
the profile
the
picture?
profile picture.
I can't see. It seems like a drawing or something of some sort.
And again, was this an example of some of the inflammatory posts that you were seeing that you captured?
Yes.
Okay. Now I want to go back to the wiretap call. Commissioner Hodge.
You may.
The record is going to be 27 seconds and 3:38 seconds.
All right, so it's safe. I'm sorry, I'm gonna keep pausing it, but I posed the question. So it did what I wanted it to do. Everybody has a different understanding of what smoking on an op pack is, and so how. And I hope that this becomes a part of Shark's cross examination. How does her definition of smoking on an op pack become truth? How does that become law? Who is fact checking this expert? Who's fact checking the expert? Because anybody can have a different understanding of that. So that's why I asked the question. Thank y'all for participating. We'll get back into the testimony.
Chris Nate.
Yeah, man.
That shit, that was crazy, boy.
Man, I'm just going through what I'm calling when I had them posts. He told me, man, tell Corey, I said, what's wrong? I told you that.
Yeah, that what I got there. I'm like, man, that shit, that just too crazy.
But that's a fool. Well, I'm like, damn, boy.
They hit him more on this.
I don't know. So I think he the one that got shot in the head. I don't, like, everybody been said he had died first. Like, that's what they were saying at first. They were like, bro was in critical condition for a minute.
I heard he got hit in the head.
Yeah, but Roger had got down told me what had to him. He had to DM me like, man, bro just died too. So we just turn on the video chat shit. But he was like came from, Roger said he came from Summerhill, but Quay just said they got into it with when they was at Chit Chat, they got into it with them henchmen niggas.
Who niggas?
Man, look, I think them niggas look all I rent them folk, man. You know, own for me going back and forth, they gonna answer.
All I rent?
No, not him, but like his little young nigga.
Oh yeah, I heard it like hitting and shit.
Yeah, Quay say when B Slime just had the show. On for him, B Slime them got down, rushed to the car to get a fire, some shit. They hadn't got into it.
Yeah. Yeah, crazy right now.
My cousin just called him, so he you know what, he told him to pull up. He got down, you know what happened.
Yeah.
I'm gonna pull up and got down, see what the hell going on.
So what the hell, you all coming from the car?
Yeah, man, they went to the core, man.
Oh yeah, so I thought he went to traffic or something.
Yeah, that's what I thought, cause everybody going to traffic. You like I be telling the nigga they go to traffic. But I ain't even saying that to him last night, saying to put his clothes on.
I knew their mom up at 5 in the morning.
Yeah.
Like somebody got shot in the car. But they ain't really showing that.
Yeah.
I get on Instagram about 6, 7, like 7, 8 or something. I'm like, damn, that way the war.
Hey, yeah. Man, I ain't know them, man. Them folks blowing the phone up.
Yeah, I said, them folks were on. Them folks, they ain't seen none of them niggas in the car.
Nah,
like,
man.
Yeah,
it was just them two, I think. I don't know. But I ain't heard nothing, bro. I ain't called nobody.
Man, that nigga running, man. What the hell wrong with this nigga, man? That nigga walk so goddamn fast.
I ain't talking nobody but Ed B.
Oh, Ed B.
Yeah, you know he on though.
Yeah. Well, Ed B just laying low.
Nah, he with his folks.
Okay. Yeah, the girl in charge is tripping, man. I called his phone, somebody, this ain't his number.
For real.
Yeah, I think that was.
Yeah.
Okay.
That cough messes me up every single time because, yeah. Okay, anyway, I feel like this call they confused two issues. I feel like they started this call kind of talking about the unaliving and how Shamil Drinks is unalive, and then they kind of switch and start talking about Unfunk's beef with the henchman. And the way that the conversation flows, it kind of seems like they're talking about it as one thing, but it, when you sit and listen to it for real, they're really talking about two separate things. Did y'all get the same thing from that? Or how did y'all feel about that call? Right. And then it was comical to me at the end, y'all. They brought up Bay. Bay got brought up at the end of the call. He said she be tripping. I thought that was hilarious. But it's clear that they found out through social media. They found out from people calling them. If you are a part of an enterprise of a gang and you all are putting out a hit, I would think y'all would have been calling each other, talking about what was going on. Y'all talking about Instagram and telephone calls, missed calls that y'all didn't got. And just trying to figure out what the hell is going on, in my opinion. So let me know what you think about this call in the chat.
We started playing at 3:37. I want to ask you 3 questions about that call before the next call. Were you familiar with Demikian Garlington's voice?
Yes.
Okay. And was Demikian Garlington one of the individuals on the phone call?
Yes.
Right. During the call, you heard them talk about Unfunk. Is that the same Unfunk that we talked about earlier in the pictures?
Yes.
All right. Did you hear them speak about Unfunk getting into it with the henchman?
Yes.
Okay. Are you familiar with the henchman?
I am.
How?
I have worked some investigations and spoken in person with their leader of that gang.
Okay. And with the henchmen, do they have any alliances?
They do.
And what's one of their alliances?
YFN.
All right. Now, you heard them talk about they were coming from Lacora. Are you familiar with Lacora?
I am.
Okay. What is Lacora?
It's a nightclub lounge on Metropolitan Parkway here in Atlanta.
And through your investigation of working the Christian McMiller, Darius Ford homicide, are you familiar there was an event at Lacora on the night before they passed away?
There was.
And based on your investigation, were Mr. McMiller and Mr. Ford at that location prior to their death?
Yes.
Now, there came a point in the portion of the audio that we listened to where the sound went down. Do you remember hearing that?
Yes.
Okay. Is that an example of the minimization that you were referencing earlier, that if it's something that isn't about criminal activity, it will be minimized and then you will pick the call back up?
Yes.
In listening to that call, do you know who Mr. Garza was speaking to?
Yes.
Okay, who?
It's a gentleman that goes by the name Dwoskin Wright. I know him as Watt.
You said
Watt, W-O-T.
That's his nickname?
Yeah.
Okay. And how are you familiar with Mr. Wright?
Early on in my career, I did a good bit of work on the 30 Deep Criminal Street Gang, and he's a member of that gang.
And did you hear them mention SB on this call?
Yes.
Okay. And are you familiar with that nickname?
Yes.
And who is that nickname associated with?
Mr. Shannon Stillwell.
All right. I want to publish our next call, which is on March 12th, 22 at 12:49 p.m. from 00 to 1:12 p.m. 00 to 1:12 minutes.
Yo,
What the hell you got going on?
Shit, you know.
Hey, anybody asked, we went and looked like something in the midnight. Anybody just said we went and looked for them motherfuckers, we can't find them.
Okay.
Don't tell nobody.
Yeah, I know. Well, there you at?
Leave me alone.
Leave me alone.
Huh?
What you feeling gonna do?
Shit, same old shit.
Same shit.
Same shit.
I'm saying, what are you
Some told me you gonna come pick me up. Shit, that was going.
Yeah.
Think somebody beat him and Rod Low. I said, man, Rod Low ain't getting no coke.
Yeah.
I tried that shit yesterday with a nigga on that down though.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We want to stop at 1:11 p.m. Again, is that Mr. Garlington on the call?
Yes,
Okay. And did you recognize the voice of who he is speaking to?
that would be Mr. Silla.
And in that call, the Mr. Stillwell said, don't tell anyone we went to go looking,
Yes,
or we went to go looking, don't tell anyone.
it sounds like that's kind of hard to hear, but that's what it appears to sound like.
Okay. And they mentioned on that call, did you hear the reference to Big Nick?
I did.
All right. And are you familiar with that name?
I am.
Is that the same Big Nick, to your understanding, if Mr. Garlington and Mr. Stillwell are talking, do you know which Big Nick they could be referencing?
They would be referencing Nicholas Carter.
Okay. How are you familiar with Nicholas Carter?
I know Nicholas Carter to be an older member of the gang associated with 2830 Waters Road.
And you said an older member of the gang?
Correct.
Which gang?
YSL.
And you said you know him to be associated with 2830 Waters Road?
Correct.
To your knowledge, how's he associated with 2830 Waters Road?
I remember him being arrested at that location during a narcotic search warrant back in 2014.
And again, he is different from Fat Nick, who we just talked about earlier, also who calls himself Big Nick, who's with YFN.
Correct.
Next, we want to publish March 13th, 2022 at 1:23 a.m. from 4:40 into the call until the end.
We got a replay request of the call, so we're gonna back it up to hear that second call just a little bit, and we'll play it again. And then I'll jump back. Come on, girl.
Yo.
What the hell you got going on?
Shit, you know.
Hey, anybody asked, we went and looked like something in the midnight. Anybody just said we went and looked for them motherfuckers, we can't find them.
Okay.
Don't tell nobody.
Yeah, I know. Well, there you at?
Leave me alone.
Leave me alone.
Huh?
What you feeling gonna do?
Shit, same old shit.
Same shit.
Same shit.
I'm saying, what are you
Some told me you gonna come pick me up. Shit, that was going.
Yeah. Yeah.
Think somebody beat him and Rod Low. I said, man, Rod Low ain't getting no coke.
Yeah.
I tried that shit yesterday with a nigga on that down though.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I be prepared for shit.
Or Fat Nick, who we just talked about earlier, also who calls himself Big Nick, who's with YFN.
Correct.
Next, we want to publish March 13th, 2022 at 1:23 a.m. from 4:40 into the call until the end.
Yeah, right? Bro,
D, if you say about man for real.
Man, on DB on Saturday, bro.
I know.
That's why they had to come drink, bro.
That's why I said I ain't called you. Dad said, "You okay?" I said, "I text. I ain't want to call him." He said, "Yeah." He answered. I called him.
Yeah, that fucked up. That shit got me hurt, bro. I fucked bro.
Yeah, that shit put me on. So I know dude said about that.
Yeah, man.
Damn, be the puppy little shit too.
I know it, bro. Damn.
That shit crazy. That boy said they had like 45 gun shells out there.
Huh? 45 gun shell?
Yeah.
Just no cash. We gonna get skip back. We already get.
D, you better show that down somewhere.
I am, but still, bro. I am gonna sit down. Listen, I'm gonna sit down, bro.
Boy, you gonna sit your ass down somewhere, baby.
I am, but bro, niggas ain't issue the game out here playing. For real, bro. Like, I already going through some shit before that. Like, it like, I was type of trying to got one on my head, bro. Like, and I still just be going places. You see, I'm worried about shit, bro. Cause I be prepared. I be prepared for shit. If a nigga pay with me, they know this shit ain't gonna be easy.
Oh, bro.
I just got to do a shootout early.
Why the fuck you get into a shootout, D?
Because it was a car looking strange. And don't say that gun there.
Why would you? Oh my god.
Because the car, they were 3 deep with hoods on, so I had to shoot. I don't know. It was a car today on Cleveland. It was a car. I know it, bro. Yeah, you do.
They you need to
Yeah. Yeah, you right. Yeah. That had them niggas following me. That how they following me from people. I would have home. Mm-hmm. Here's what you doing up at 131. Yeah, phone. I just talked the phone. I talked to him for the call. He just said, you know what we on every day. Hello. What you doing up at 131?
Right, we're going to pause it at 7 minutes and 30 seconds into the call. Do you know who Mr. Brown was speaking to?
Without seeing the phone number, it's hard to, or the name from the line sheet, it would be hard to tell.
Okay. Did you hear when Mr. Garland said on DB and then he kind of explained something?
Yes,
Okay. Are you familiar with or have you heard that initial DB?
I have.
Okay. And what do you understand or DB, those initials to mean?
They're referencing Derek Benning. He's one of their fellow gang members that was killed years ago.
And earlier when we talked about kind of the timeline after March 11th, there was a shooting on Cleveland Avenue. And you heard it on the wiretap. Was this the call that you were referencing?
Yes.
All right, y'all know I gotta interject my 2 cents, baby. But Demikion Garlington is in the next batch of people who are going to be tried for this YSL RICO trial. And baby, the way he was talking on these phones, the way he was talking on these phones is crazy. I said it once. I'm gonna say it again. He gonna have to answer to this call right here in that Cleveland situation.
And to your knowledge, was there any police report associated with any shots fired around March 12th, 2022?
Yes.
All right. I'm now going to publish March 13th, 2022 at 5:49 p.m. 2 minutes and 10 seconds to 3 minutes and 10 seconds.
I think he died like right there on the scene. Man, he was in critical condition, probably like for a few hours. He hadn't got shot in the head. I think he was at brain dead or something. I don't know where, but wow, that shit, yeah, bro. Oh God, I don't know. They say nigga Kill or Murder just made a little song. Somebody sent me that. He just made the song. They sent me that. So, I don't know. They trying to act like they did it. Yeah. Yeah, got some more didn't claim that shit. They don't even know them though, but they be okay.
Hey, who?
Yeah, okay, nigga who claimed.
We're gonna pause at 3:10. Now, in that particular portion, did you hear Demikion Garlington speak of someone making a song?
Yes, Kel Omerta.
Say that again.
Kel Omerta.
And are you familiar with that name, Kel Omerta?
I am.
How are you familiar with that name?
That is Markel Wright. He's a member of the PFK criminal street gang.
And Markel, right, does PFK have any alliances?
They do.
And is YFN one of their alliances?
It is.
Now, in doing your work, we spoke earlier today about music and gang investigations. In your experience, have you found with gangs that there are times that gang members do music?
Yes.
And have you found in your experience that sometimes gang members use music to promote their gangs?
Yes, often.
And in here, when Mr. Garlington is saying, you know, what did you say his name was? Kel Omerta?
Yes.
Okay. Made a song. Was that something uncommon to you as a gang investigator of an opposition making a song about a potential death or bragging about a potential death?
No, they do it often.
And did you hear when Mr. Garlington said some other dudes might be claiming it as well?
Yes.
Did you see any social media posts throughout your investigation or while you were looking at social media of different groups claiming to have done the murder of Mr. Ford and Mr. McMillan?
Not really. It was mostly YFN and then pages that were trolling, like pages that were just popping up out of nowhere, trolling.
I want to next publish March 13th, 2022 at 6:41 p.m. from 00 to 2 minutes and 9 seconds.
Hello. What's up?
Yeah, what's up?
What's up, man?
What the hell going on?
Oh shit, I just got a phone with you, baby.
What you talking about?
Huh?
What you talking about?
Oh shit, I was just he asking what happened.
What happened?
They saying different shit. Just different shit.
Which one makes sense to you?
Huh?
Which one makes sense to you?
You said which one what?
Makes sense to you?
Which one makes sense?
Yeah.
I'm gonna tell the kid. I'm gonna tell the kid. I don't want to, on the phone shit. They be recording, making
Nah,
make
you ain't
sense.
gotta say much. You ain't gotta say much.
Yeah. I thought
I just wanna know.
yeah. You know, I already know. I'm tell her. I'm tell her what they said. What street saying. Like they send it. They just send. Huh?
Keep on what you saying to get away.
Nah, they keep sending different. They keep sending different pictures. They got now. The nigga who claimed it, the nigga who out on Instagram claimed it, don't nobody even know him. Yeah, he say he supposed to be PLK or some shit. I seen on phone last night. We ain't even got down. We ain't even really just talk like that. Everybody was leaving. I had one up there 21 now. Little Chit had on our black part. And I had that one up there. But I'm walking out seeing phone at the door. I'm like, shit, what's going on? Shit, you know what we on. I'm like, I'm finna call you. Yeah.
And it's ending right there. Were you familiar with the person that Mr. Garlington was speaking to?
From the voice, it sounds like Kenneth Copeland.
And had you yourself had discussions or conversations with Mr. Copeland throughout the course of your career?
Multiple, yes.
Now, back in 2022, do you know if Mr. Copeland was incarcerated?
I believe he was.
Are you aware of the relationship between Mr. Copeland and Mr. Garlington?
Yes.
How are you aware of that relationship?
They were good friends.
And to your knowledge, in 2022, were they good friends?
Yes.
Let me ask you this. In 2015, were they good friends?
I believe so, yes.
And was Shannon Jackson a part of that friend group between Mr. Copeland, Mr. Garlington, and Mr. Jackson, to your knowledge?
Overruled.
Yes.
Now, between March 11th and March 14th, 2022, did you see any members or individuals associated or friends with Mr. McMiller and Mr. Ford making posts that appeared to be in response to some of the offensive YSL posts?
Yes.
And did you capture those posts?
Yes.
And have you had the opportunity to view those posts in preparation for your trial?
Yes.
For this trial. All right, permission to approach, Your Honor. I'm going to show you what's been marked as 464 VV, 455 VV, 446 VV, 475 VV, and 458 VV. Tell me if you recognize those exhibits. 464 VV, 445 VV, 446 VV, 475 VV, and 458 VV. Do you recognize those?
I do.
And how do you recognize those?
Those are some of the posts that were captured during March, or I know one was definitively March 2022. I need to refer to check the others.
Okay. And do they appear to be fair and accurate depiction of the images that you captured in March of 2022?
Yes.
You're at this time, and I'll try to do it in order. Thank you. The state would like to admit 445 VV, 446 VV, 458 VV, 464 VV, and 475 VV.
Okay, I had thought I heard 454 at one point. That's not one of them.
No, Your Honor.
Okay, 446, 445, 446, 458, 464, 475.
Yes, Your
Okay,
Honor.
that's repetitive.
Thank you. And permission to publish. We're going to start with 464 VV. And looking at your chart, will it refresh my memory as to when you screen grabbed this post?
The capture time was March 13th at 5:47 p.m. and the photo says 2 minutes prior to that.
And is this on Instagram? Is this what is called an Instagram story?
Correct.
Okay. And our Instagram stories only in existence for 24 hours?
Correct. They're posted to your profile. They don't go to your main profile. They go to a separate section. They're up for 24 hours, or if you want to delete it before that. And with that post, you can actually take a look and see who's viewed the story.
Okay. And are you familiar with the Instagram handle?
I am.
And what is the Instagram handle?
_the world. TV World, I'm sorry.
And who is your understanding of whose Instagram post that is?
Javon Fleetwood.
And is that the same Javon Fleetwood we spoke of earlier regarding the shooting in May of 2019?
Yes.
Okay. The same individual with a YSL tattoo on his face?
Yes.
Okay. What does the caption say?
F, middle finger emoji, being safe, you got to stay dangerous.
Now looking at 445 VV. Looking at 445 VV, who's the poster of the post, or what Instagram account posting it?
That would be the account associated with Shannon Jackson or Shannon Stillwell.
And do you know what is the date of this post?
Is it okay to refer to the chart?
Yes.
The date would be March 9th at 9:48 p.m. But it was captured 7 hours prior, so it would be like 2 in the afternoon.
Just speak up.
Sorry, I'm sorry. It was the capture date is March 9th at 9:48 p.m. But the post said 7 hours ago, so that would be around 2:48.
And
March 9th.
is that before Mr. McMiller and Mr. Ford were killed?
Yes.
All right. Now looking at State's Exhibit 446 VV.
I'm trying to get us to Boyer. The Boyer comment.
And is that from that same account associated with Mr. Stillwell Jackson?
It is.
Okay, and what does the post say?
That racial expletive, y'all scared of me.
And is there an emoji?
The 100 emoji and like the strong, like it's for real. Like it's
And what is the date of that post?
March 9th at 9:48 p.m. It's captured 3 hours prior. So it was posted around 6:48 p.m.
And was that the same day as the post we just observed?
It was.
All right. Now I want to show you what's been admitted as State's Exhibit 458 VV. And looking at State's Exhibit 458 VV, is that also posted on the same Instagram account associated with Mr. Stillwell? Mr. Stillwell.
Yes.
Right. And what does the caption say?
Ain't gonna be the only one crying.
And when was the date and time of this post?
That was on March 11th, around 11:23 p.m.
And or March 11th around 11:23 p.m. Was that around the same time or approximate time that 12 Atlanta was shot up?
About 2 hours after.
And is that the shooting in which a YSL associate was shot in the head?
Yes.
Now, during the course of this time, did you hear when Mr. Garlington on the last call said that there were people claiming to have done it?
Yes.
Okay. Did you see any posts that piqued your interest of anyone that could be interpreted as claiming to have done the killing of Mr. McMillan, Mr. Ford? Did you find any, and I'll rephrase, did you find any posts of note to you as a part of your investigation regarding Mr. Kelvin Watts?
I did.
And that post, what was of note to you in that post?
There were several. Can you refer to the specific post?
Sure. Did you find a post of Mr. Shelkel reposting a picture with Mr. Drinks, Mr. Jasper Walter, and himself?
I did.
Okay. And first, when was that picture captured by you?
It was captured on March 12th at 7:24 a.m.
And why was that picture of note to you?
because of the emojis and the captions and the people present in the photo.
And have you had an opportunity to see that post today?
I have.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 460 BV. Tell me if you recognize 460 BV.
I do.
And is that the post that we were just referencing?
Yes.
And does that appear to be a fair, accurate depiction of the screen grab that you grabbed on March of 2022?
Yes.
You know, this time state would like to admit 460 BV.
Admit it. Admit it.
Now, who is the original poster of the picture?
The original poster would be Mr. Shemel Drinks.
And is that who had the no-love_nut Instagram handle?
Yes.
Okay. Who is in this picture?
Sitting down with the black coat and the red sneakers will be Mr. Shemel Drinks.
And if you can,
Sure. Right here, you'll see this is Shemel Drinks right here. The gentleman in the blue jacket with the black on is going to be a gentleman that goes by the name Jasper Walters. He's a YSL member. He also goes by Lil Man. And then in the all black, you're going to have Mr. Kelvin Watts or Shokel.
and did Shellcow_nutlife, the account associated with Kelvin Watts, repost that picture?
He did.
All right. Now there's some words on the picture. First of all, what do the words say? Well, or you can read that whole caption.
Yeah, they say, I'm with ya. And he tags Shellcow Nutlife and Summerhill Lil Man. Hashtag LLN, hashtag Mafia.
And is there a emoji at the end of Mafia?
The bird or the eagle or the bird emoji.
And is there a emoji of exclamation emoji and a 100 emoji?
Yes.
Okay. Now for Instagram, that I'm with you exclamation 100 at Shellcow_nutlife at Summerhill.lilman. Was that caption on the original post by the account associated with Mr. Drinks?
Correct.
All right. And then when it's reposted, do you see some other emojis?
I do.
What are the other emojis?
There are 2 shell emojis, the zipper over the mouth emoji, and then you're going to have a black heart.
Okay. And those emojis is that from the original post or is that from what Mr. Kelvin Watts posted when that account posted? And can you tell?
Yes. So it's not from the original post, and you can tell because it's outside the boundary of the original post. It's like kind of overlaid on top of it.
And were those emojis of any significance to you as a gang investigator?
After March 11th, yes.
Why was it significant to you after March 11th?
Because Mr. Walters and Mr. Watts had been very vocal about the deaths of Mr. McMiller and Mr. Ford. So the two shells and the zipper emoji were sort of telling.
Okay. And
What did
once you saw, and that's Mr. Kelvin Watts posting that.
Correct.
All right. After seeing this post, and when did you capture this post?
I believe it was March 12th around 7 a.m., 7:30 a.m.
Okay.
And it had been posted 6 hours prior. So 1 a.m. on March 12th was when it would have been posted.
All right. Now I want to play for you some additional wiretap calls, but let me ask you this. So let's fast forward to March 14th, 2022.
Is everybody all right? Anybody need a break? No, yeah, soldiering on. All right, thank you.
I may pick you up on it off in about 10 minutes. On March 14th, 2022, did you at some point have the occasion to listen to any wiretap calls that were around March 14th, 2022 at about 9-something p.m.?
Yes.
Okay. And to your knowledge, do you remember when did you listen to those calls? Did you listen to them on March 14th or sometime afterwards?
I believe sometime afterwards.
Okay. And did you find anything of note to you regarding the calls on March 14th, 2022?
The people that were speaking and some of the conversation that was being had.
Now, when you listened to these calls, at that time, were you aware of the murder of Mr. Shamel Drinks?
No.
So you listened to the call before you were aware of Mr. Drinks' murder?
I just don't know what call you're referring. I don't know.
On March 4th, the calls that on the wiretap that were on March 14th, 2022, around 9:45 p.m.
I could have, because like I said, I have to go in and review all the calls, but sometimes we're a little behind on that. So you have monitors in there constantly, and then I'll go back on the back end and review and check them. I can't tell you. I don't believe I listened to them originally, but I could go back and review.
After learning of the death of Mr. Drinks, did those calls become of more note to you after learning about Mr. Drinks' murder, specifically the calls around 9:45 p.m. on March 14th, 2022?
Yes.
Okay. And why did it become of note to you at that point?
Because those would have been the calls at or around the time the murder was taking place.
And have you had an opportunity to listen to those calls in preparation for your testimony today?
I have.
You may.
And I want to direct your attention to March 14th, 2022 at around 9:59 p.m.
You may.
And before we actually publish it, with the wiretap information, does the wiretap content include location data?
It does.
And so are you able to see on the documentation with the wiretap where a phone call is when a phone call is being placed?
The majority of the time, it's not always foolproof. Sometimes the location will blank out. You won't have a location, but typically you can click on the map icon and it will show you where the person whose phone calls are being intercepted is at that time. It'll give you an approximate location of what tower they're at, and it will show you an approximate radius of how close they are to that location.
Okay, thank you.
Hey, what did y'all pull up? Time on video, hurry up. Time on video. Call it.
Now, did you hear what occurred in that call?
Yes.
Did you hear someone tell someone to pick up and get on FaceTime?
What object to meeting?
What did you hear on the phone call?
Basically telling someone to hurry up and call me on FaceTime.
And as a gang investigator, is calling on is FaceTime significant? As
It
a
is.
gang investigator? Why is that significant as a gang investigator?
Because it's a common belief amongst people engaged in criminal activity that
Sustained.
Have you heard, in your experiences, do you have knowledge of FaceTime?
I do.
And whether or not FaceTime calls are recorded on telephone laws, are FaceTime calls recorded if you get CDR records, call detail records?
If you pull call detail records, you will not see FaceTime communication.
And in your experience in doing gang investigations, have you heard or seen gang members often want to speak on FaceTime rather than talking on the actual phone where their call details can be recorded?
Often through my investigations, you will see that once criminal activity begins to be discussed, they will prefer to switch to FaceTime because FaceTime cannot be intercepted through a wiretap.
And at about 9:59, is that when this call takes place, when someone says, hurry up, get on FaceTime?
Correct.
Are you aware of the time in which the surveillance video that Detective Hogan showed you, what time Mr. Jackson's vehicle was at the BP gas station?
It should be right at 9:59 p.m. Right, it should be at the gas pumps or parked outside of the store at the location.
And from the viewing of the surveillance video, were you familiar with both the car associated with Mr. Stillwell as well as the car associated with Mr. Parmavius Nichols at the gas station around that time?
I did not know I didn't know who the car was associated with, the other car was associated with at that time.
At some point, did you learn about who that other vehicle was associated with?
Yes.
Now, when you met with Detective Hogan, were you aware if Demikion Garlington was at the BP gas station?
I was not.
At what point in time did you learn that Mr. Garlington was at the BP gas station?
When I went back and reviewed the wiretap data.
Based on your investigation, were you able to determine if he was in the white Audi?
Yes.
Was he in the white Audi?
Yes, he was.
Once you heard this phone call, were you ever able to do an investigation as to the phone number that made the call?
We were. It was difficult to identify the phone number for a little bit.
And did you eventually identify that phone number?
Eventually, yes.
Who did you identify that phone number belonging to?
A gentleman by the name of DeMarco Boyer, who goes by Lil Co.
And based on your investigation, did you ever learn what was that phone at the gas station as well?
It was.
And based on your investigation, were you able to determine which car Mr. Boyer was in?
Based on my investigation, Mr. Boyer.
You may.
All right, y'all. All right, y'all. So y'all know that Demikion Garlington is also charged with the unalivement of Shamel Drinks, right? So we've got 4 people on this unaliving. We've got Quay. We had Quay. Nichols. I never get his name right, y'all. We had Nichols. We had Miles, Shannon, and Demikion. They were all 4 charged with the unaliving of Shamel. They've put everybody at the scene. In the past 2 days, they've been putting Demikion Garlington at the scene as well, right? My thought behind this is just the strength that this is who you all are alleging did this crime. And even though these people may not be in the courtroom, I definitely want to, tell the jury where they are so that they have a full picture of what happened, right? In theory. We then unlock a new character, right? Now we got Boyer there. Lil Co is there now. And of course they're objecting to the fact that Lil Co he's at the BP because that's where his phone is pinging, and she's trying to say that they know what car he is in, and what car he isn't in. So somebody sent me something earlier today, and we'll probably end on this note, y'all, just because I've been streaming for 4 hours and I want to go watch TV or something. But anyway, somebody sent me a clip today and I want to watch it with y'all. So we're gonna finish up, this little conversation here, and then we're gonna switch over to this other clip that somebody sent me, and then we're gonna discuss it.
What did y'all sort out? Anything?
I think it's odd. I'm going to try to keep this moving. I think it's odd that a detective or the investigator would give a conclusory statement that so-and-so is in a certain car and just conclude it with no basis, but I will clear it up on cross if I need to. So.
There is a basis because we have a call that's not being played before the jury, but there is a phone call of that phone number associated with Mr. Boyer calling Mr. Garland's phone a few minutes before the call that we just heard. And additionally, Your Honor, although this is out, there is a basis because she is aware that that phone plotted at that location once she was able to determine whose phone number it is, and we were able to get the phone plotted. So there's a basis of knowledge. It's not.
Right. Well, she has a basis to be able to know. I don't know if she has a basis to be able to know exactly what car he is in, does she? But she has a basis to know pretty close to where he is.
Yeah, because we know that they're talking to people in the other car. We know that.
You're just like putting two and two together on the.
That's fine. I'll clear
I
it
think
up.
that's legitimate. Okay.
I'll clear it up across. Thank
All
you.
right. All right. Are we ready for the jury if they're ready?
All right, y'all. Max that said he clearing it up on cross. That is telling. What do y'all think about that? What do y'all think Max is gonna pull out when he says, I'm gonna clear it up on cross? Like that was his whole thing. Like I want to bring it up that she trying to say definitively, or that this person is in this car based off of a plotting of a cell phone record, but don't worry about it. I'm gonna clear it up on cross. Like that should have been like, she should have been shaking her knees. Like they should have been buckling at that point, because that right there let her know Max got something going on. Max is up to something. All right. Again, I do want to get past the Boyer conversation, and then y'all, I want to watch the clip with y'all. So we'll get back to.
No. Not like, I mean, like, Sure, if you think that's a good stopping point. I mean, do you think you'll get through this witness today? Okay, how much more will you have tomorrow? Huh? Oh, not tomorrow, sorry. The next day, Monday.
Probably about 2 hours.
So we should have done tomorrow.
I got you. Especially given something that happened this week, Your Honor, with the state's office.
Y'all need to get better at your time estimates. All right, let's just get the jury back in.
All right, I actually don't feel like watching this because I gotta I do want a few minutes before these baby kids get here. So we're gonna switch over to the clip, y'all. Let me get the clip up for y'all, and we're gonna watch this theory that somebody sent to me. And I definitely want to hear y'all opinion on it. So just give me a minute and I will get it up. All right, it's a 10-minute clip. Let me make sure I know which. Okay, it's this one. It's a 10-minute clip. Another creator made. My nose is so bad, y'all. I'm sorry. My hands are disgusting at this point. I don't have any hand sanitizer down here. But shout out to Projects and is it Projects and Casseroles? We'll shout them out in the details, but we're gonna watch their video and get y'all opinion.
A job this detective did. Before we solve this case, let Matt Sharp point out how sloppy of a job this detective did.
Your analysis of the FedEx video. You have your report in front of you, correct?
I do.
Okay. At the time that you swore out these warrants against Mr. Stillwell, you had never even viewed that FedEx video, had you?
I don't think I got that told afterwards. I did speak with a representative who described it to me and sent me some still shots.
Okay, and I'm gonna go to page 14, going into 15 of your investigative report.
Okay.
On page 14, going to 15, you write, as of the writing of this report, and this report was written on 3/20/22, correct?
Well, that's when I started it, yeah.
Okay, so you started this report 4 days after you obtained the arrest warrants for Mr. Stillwell.
That's correct.
You started this report 4 days after that. Okay.
Yes,
And-
this part, now I had notes and all that stuff, but.
Understood. And you say, as of the writing of this report, the actual video from FedEx has been requested via a subpoena, but has not been received. The above pictures were sent to me by a FedEx corporate officer who told me that he had watched a video which shows that the two white cars pulled up alongside the red Nissan, forming a straight line across the road. And then suddenly the two white cars sped away against the red light and the red car stays in place. That's verbatim from your report, correct?
Yes, sir.
And your report is accurate to that fact.
It is, yes.
You, at the time of writing this report, and certainly at the time of bringing out warrants against my client, you had not watched that FedEx video.
No.
But you had spoken to someone at FedEx corporate that sent you some still pictures, correct?
That's correct.
And had told you what they felt they saw on that video, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. Who was that FedEx corporate officer who analyzed this FedEx video?
I don't remember.
Do you know that person to have any law enforcement training?
Not familiar with it.
Okay. Do you know how many times that person watched that video before giving you his or her conclusion?
Now let's play detective and solve. Along with some information that was well known to Matt Sharp and the defense team, we have solved the riddle and we have beat the YSL case. Let me begin by telling you that DA Love always knew that Boyer, the phone number Boyer that they were investigating, was on the scene of that murder scene and was not in the car with Shannon, Nichols, and Farley. That, in fact, this third car was on the road and the phone number Boyer was pinging in the exact same spot that the crime took place. Watch how Matt Sharp has the fact that he knows that Boyer was not in the car with his clients and that there was a third car on the road.
Because, okay. And what do these cell phone records reveal? That this person did appear to be also in the car? And
See, there's two cars.
okay, do you know which car? I mean, there are two cars that obviously one, well, not obviously, at least one contains at least one shooter, right? Is there any assertion that others contain shooters as well, or just people that are involved?
The state
Okay,
is alleging that there's a white car with my client and Mr. Garlington in
Right.
it, and then another car with Mr. Nichols and Mr. Farley in it. And now it sounds like they're saying that this Boyer phone, whoever owns this phone, was in one of those cars. And I'm inquiring what,
Mhm.
I don't know anything.
I'd like to provide that information, if I can.
You don't know,
Watch as DA Love explained that the phone number Boyer was located at the scene and tried to explain away why she just not giving information to the defense.
We're just talking about the cell phone records.
we're talking, I don't know what we're talking about. That's what I'm trying to pin down. So
So there was,
hang on, yes.
We were given cell phone records linked to a last name Boyer.
Boyd, B-O-Y-D,
Boyer.
Boyer, okay,
On Monday, on yesterday?
okay.
Yesterday. And so that is the late disclosure that we're speaking of.
Okay.
And they were charted as well.
Okay.
which leads
Nobody
me-
really, I'm sorry, do y'all care, is the objection to the charting or,
It leads me to believe that they've had them for a while if they've plotted them.
all right, so the plotting of the cell site location information report done by Agent Bernie, that's of this Boyer phone number?
yes.
Okay, and y'all just recently asked for that based on some testimony about something?
No, that's a different thing. I literally sat there and conflated two different.
Okay, all right.
Now they have so much footage of all the individuals, Farley, Garlington, Shannon, and Nichols going in and out of this gas station during this time. There is no footage of Boyer, or is there? But they are focused so much on the YSL members, they are not reviewing any other footage of any other person that's in that gas station during that time. Now, this phone number, Boyer, as we've seen earlier, is being pinged in that area at the time of this murder. But yet, there's no footage showing Boyer in the car with none of the YSL members. So where is Boyer? Where he at? And why is his phone number so significant to this trial? You're going to see where Boyer at in just 1 second.
I think you said, you thought on direct, you testified, you thought that the person driving that car may have heard or seen something, correct?
Yes, I did.
And the reason you say that is because that person driving that car abruptly Made a U-turn?
Yes.
Okay. Oh, I'm sorry. If we could go to 101 point, yeah, just. That's that's Red Versa pulling up, correct?
Yes, sir.
That would be the white Audi?
Yes.
And that would be the white Fusion pulling up on the right lane, correct?
That's correct.
That's not the car that makes the U-turn, is it?
No, sir, I don't believe so.
Okay. And Mr. Stillwell is now running the light. He's no longer there, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. We see. Now this car pulls up. It makes an interesting U-turn, correct?
Yes, sir.
And your determination is maybe they did that because they may have seen or heard something, correct?
Maybe.
Okay. I have no further questions. Thank you.
I sped the video up so it could go faster, but I don't think Shannon did this, and let me tell you why. There's Drink's car, there's Shannon, there's Nichols. They're all sitting at a light. Nothing suspicious going on. Simone wanted us to concentrate on the cars going by in front of them and not this speeding car that's getting ready to come up to a red light behind Shannon and them. Shannon takes off. The other car tries to take off after this car pulls up. Look at Shamel Drink's brake lights. They start flashing on and off because he's trying to leave too. And this car makes a U-turn trying to get away from the shooter. Why is that car still on the side of this car? And why are they not a suspect? Still there. Come on.
Now, Matt Sharp and all the defense knew that there was another car there. And by DA Love spontaneously introducing evidence saying that there was a phone number boy on the scene, is trying to save herself from misconduct, prosecutor misconduct, because she knew that there was somebody else on that scene that possibly could have committed that murder.
Lovely people, what are your thoughts? That was a clip that was sent to me. Shout out to the creator. We're gonna make sure we get that creator tagged when I post this video. I want to say it's Projects and Casseroles. Matter of fact, I am also going to copy the link and I'm gonna throw it out here for y'all just in case you want to go watch it again for yourself. All right. Let me paste it here. I'm gonna send it out there. Boom, I'm gonna send it out there for you. So if you want to go back and watch that again, you definitely can. Shout out to that creator again. Like I said, we'll get them tagged. What are your thoughts? Who is Boyer? Did we just unlock? They unlocked so many characters yesterday. So many different people got unlocked in the story yesterday. It was very interesting. It was very interesting. Is he YSL? Is he not YSL? Did he call Garlington? She's saying that there were phone calls. She's trying to say that they're talking between cars. Who phone number has this number? You know, where's the records that show the two phones, you know, could communicate? I can't even get the words out. Where's the record that shows the phones that are communicating? Y'all tell me. Let me know what y'all think. All right. I've watched the unaliving video several times. I actually do have a TikTok on it, but I didn't post it where I zoom in on the lights and everything. So I'm well versed on that video. Well versed on that video. But like I said, y'all, we've been streaming for 4.5 hours on this Friday. And I want to thank y'all for sitting here with me, chilling with me, rewatching some testimony, and just having a conversation about it. I appreciate all of the positivity that you all bring. I appreciate your engagement. Tonight, in a couple hours, I'm going to be interviewing Lil Rod's family. Lil Rod's family is coming to the Taylor Umbridge channel, and we are going to talk to them about who Lil Rod truly is. We're going to clear up some rumors. We're going to talk about the road ahead for Lil Rod, because I think we all listen. Y'all, a lot of y'all was here. Okay, I went through that new trial request, and a lot of y'all was here, and y'all heard the story. All right, Mariah the liar and her friend y'all know. They got that boy locked up for nothing. So we need to talk to the family, and we're going to talk to the family today. So if you want to be a part of that, make sure you just come back a little bit later. Again, the interview is going to be at 6 Central, 7 Eastern, right here on my YouTube channel. And for my people over on X, I will absolutely stream it on X as well. So if you're watching from X, Thank you, thank you, thank you. I think it's about 300 of y'all. So I appreciate y'all. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. I want everybody to have a blessed weekend. I want everybody to have a good weekend, a safe weekend. Keep everybody lifted up in prayers, and I will see y'all later. Bye.